nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Could we have a sunshine announcement, please, Cam?
Yes, good evening, Chairman. Today is Tuesday, February 6th, in 2024. This is a Jersey City Planning Board meeting with a scheduled 5:30 p.m. start time. And in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, notice of this meeting has been given to the editor of the Jersey Journal, the Jersey City Reporter, and posted with the city clerk on February 2nd of this year. This meeting was also posted on the Jersey City Division of City Planning webpage, and all distribution materials made available to the board were published and available to the public.
Thanks, Cam. Could we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
Here.
Commissioner Gongadin.
Here.
Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah.
Commissioner Stamato.
Here.
Commissioner Dr. Desai. Commissioner Torres.
Here.
Okay. And Chairman Langston.
Here.
Okay, we have 7 commissioners present. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Could we swear in the staff, please, Mike?
I see Annette, Juno, Liz, and Ren. Do you guys swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, do we have correspondence, Cam?
Yes.
Besides all the adjournments, let's just get through,
Okay.
skip those.
Okay, great.
They're on the
So we just have one.
agenda.
So item 13 on the agenda, under new business, they have communicated that they are going to request to carry with preservation of notice to February 20th of this year, which is our next regularly scheduled meeting.
Okay, thanks, Cam. Do we have a quorum yet for the 27th?
No, we have 3 confirmed attendees. Maybe in
All
an
right.
executive session, we could talk about that.
So let's get right into old business. Under 7, item A is case P2023-0040. That's a site plan amendment for 319 Fifth Street.
I have to recuse on the matter.
Thank you, counsel. And Gene, you know the drill with Santo. If he recuses, I'm comfortable going forward, but if there, at any time we feel like we need to consult with outside counsel, we'll reserve that right.
I understood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
And make sure your mic is on, please.
Eugene O'Connell, appearing for the applicant. Okay, briefly, I just want to summarize how we got here. We had some testimony taken on January 9th, and basically we marked a bunch of photos as A2 at that time. And I just want to put on the record from the testimony that we gave, the applicant approached both planning and historic in June and July of last year and supplied expert opinions that the facade was compromised and provided the photos and the expert opinion to that effect. The planning staff said that we should apply for an amended site plan. My client mistakenly, not deliberately, thought since we were applying for an amended site plan that he could remove the facade. Of course, he couldn't, so we're here tonight. My architect is going to testify, Jeff Jordan, as how we're going to replicate that facade. So that's how we got here, and this is my first witness.
Thank you. Cam, I'm sorry. I'm looking for the email now. I don't have the list of commissioners that were here at that meeting.
Cam knows.
So,
Cam's
yeah,
got it.
I recall the 5 commissioners that were here were Commissioner Torres, Commissioner Gongadin, Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Langston, and Commissioner Cruz.
Okay, so Dr. Desai, did you have a
I
chance to read the
wasn't here.
transcript? Okay, so you would have to recuse on this.
No.
Commissioner Stamato? Did you have a chance to look at the transcript? Okay, great, so you can vote on this. Dr. Desai, you're welcome to
I didn't get it.
sit. You want to go in
No.
the other room, that's fine. But you can't, no questions, and you're not allowed to vote on this one.
I'm not going to vote for it.
Okay, all right. Okay, go ahead, counsel, thank you.
Jeff, you want to get sworn in?
swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Jeff Jordan, Jeff Jordan.
Mr. Jordan, good evening. It's good to see you in person finally. We've qualified you in the past a million times. Your license is current tonight?
It is.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're qualified.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. So Jeff, you basically met with Maggie O'Neill on about 3 separate occasions and went over the replication of the facade and all the materials that you're going to use. Can you just take the board through what was finally agreed to by you and Maggie?
Absolutely. And thanks, Board, for hearing us tonight. As you'll recall, the original plan was to preserve the facade, and we had designed the building accordingly. Since we were unable to preserve the facade, the plan really hadn't changed in the sense that the windows were going to be new, the siding was going to be new. The proportions of all those had been indicated previously and are as had been shown. What has changed since the original application, aside from the new framing behind the facade, is we had met with Maggie and agreed to a 4-inch all-wood lap siding. The existing cornice has been preserved in large part and will be reinstalled. Any pieces that they can't reinstall because of their condition will be recreated using the pieces they do have. And we have a piece here tonight if you'd like to see that. Additionally, the colors had been changed following commentary from the last hearing. And Maggie reviewed those and had approved them, was comfortable with everything we had shown. So I don't really have anything to add beyond that other than to say that we had worked with Maggie to find materials and colors that were suitable. Oh, one last thing is that the door had changed as well. She wanted to change to the appearance of the door. So that's all in the drawings. I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, if you have materials, we'd love to see it, and I appreciate seeing paper in person finally.
Yeah.
Paper plans, imagine that.
I decided to go old school since we're
I love it.
back in person. So this is, as you can see, the original wood corbel, or a corbel. Do you need that? And then this would be the siding. It's a cedar siding, a 4-inch exposure. This is a prime piece as well.
Thank you, sir. Little turn, Mike.
You have 2 pieces of siding there, the cedar and the other one. What are you, I haven't picked up, took out the print yet, so I just asked you. Which one would be used from what side?
They're both cedar. One has just been primed in
Oh, it's
advance,
just
just to show you. Yep.
Okay,
So
so
that would be the siding material.
That's gonna be the siding material?
Correct.
Okay. All right. There is a design to this old front. They're not making you match this. The cedar design before had like a little, are you trying to match that, or you?
Yeah, so there was a
Okay with historic, not to,
there was a shake siding that had been installed actually within the last 20 years. There was a
Okay.
rigid insulation behind that, and then behind that was the original wood lap siding. So we now had historic evidence of what was there. So the plan had been to try and restore the shake siding, thinking that was the original siding. Turns out that was not the original siding. The lap siding was the original, so that's what we're going to match.
all right, thank you for
Yep.
clearing that up for me, yeah, because then I would have expected to see something like this when I walk by there, but,
Absolutely. Yep.
okay, thank you.
Eddie, those are copies of the print
That was
that's
given
in the
to us
packet?
in evidence the last time?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is.
Okay,
this
yeah, I
is-
just wanted to make sure it's
Yeah, I brought it
nothing new.
back with me for this one.
Okay. Anybody else, any questions? Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Council, anything else? No. Okay, great. Is there anybody here from the public that wants to comment on this application? If you could, come on up. We have a hot mic for you.
Mr. Chair, seeing no public, I move to close.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion made and seconded. Public is closed. Liz, this is yours.
Yeah,
Any,
I'll
comments?
provide comment from city planning staff and also just read into the record some elements from Maggie O'Neill's memo dated January 23rd, 2024. So this is from the memo. HPC staff worked with the applicant at the chairman's request following the 1/9/24 planning board meeting. The applicant revised their plans to show the following items: horizontal wood clapboard at the front facade with the dimensions to reveal to match the documented historic condition. Reuse of the remaining cornice elements with new elements to be constructed of wood and match the details and dimensions of the historic cornice. Revised color palette that is more consistent with the style and date of construction of the original building. Revised front door that is more consistent with the style and date of construction of the original building. So HPC staff believes that the proposal, as reflected on the architectural plans, revised on 1/12/24, meet the standards of reconstruction as defined by Jersey City's LDO. HPC staff recommends that if planning board votes to approve this project, the board adopt the below conditions to ensure the project is completed in an appropriate manner. HPC staff shall review and approve of construction documents prior to their submission to the Division of Zoning and Construction Code official. HPC staff shall review and sign all sets of plans, specifications, and shall be provided physical material samples for their review and approval. The applicant shall be guided by the Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties during the reconstruction of the front facade. The applicant shall provide material samples to HPC at the time of submission of construction documents for review and approval prior to the purchase, manufacture, and installation. And then the final condition from HPC is that any changes to the preservation component of the project prior to or during the course of construction require the review and consultation with HPC staff after a written request of the architect of record. So that's the memo from Maggie O'Neill. And then from my staff memo, just our typical conditions, any changes to materials, color selection need to be run through historic and city planning staff. Applicant shall provide affidavit from the architect of record representing the construction project is consistent with final approved plans. And the expansion of existing tree pit shall be fully installed in accordance with Jersey City forestry standards prior to CEO or TCO. And then I'll just add, as a matter of redundancy, just everything from Maggie's memo. And with that, staff recommend approval.
Okay, thank you. And council, you're okay with those conditions?
Yes, we reviewed them. I got copies of both memos and shared with my applicant. We agreed to all the conditions.
Excellent, thank you. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 2023-0040 as presented to the board tonight.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded for approval.
Okay. Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin.
Aye.
Commissioner Torres.
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato. Aye. Commissioner Cruz.
Aye.
Chairman Langston.
Aye, and council, thank you. Thank you
you
for
very
hearing
much.
us
Appreciate
and adjusting fire for us. We appreciate it.
Motion carries all in favor with conditions.
All right, thank you. So let's move on to new business, finally. Item 9 is the review and discussion of artist certification for Olga Nainashvili. I had it in my head. I apologize. Nainashvili. Formal action may be taken tonight. Can you grab Santo for us?
Oh, yeah.
So, as always, staff just reiterates the criteria that have been met by the artist, and this artist meets criteria 1 through 5. And with that on the record, planning staff recommends approval.
Okay, thanks, Kim. Does anybody have any questions? We all have the criteria, the packet. You know, again, we're not art critics. We're just here to strictly go by their criteria and the qualifications they meet for artist housing. Okay, no questions? All right, is anybody here from the public that wants to comment? Anybody from public?
Mr. Chair, seeing no public, I move to close.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Cam, we have your recommendation.
Yes, staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the review and discussion of artist certification for Olga and Anna Zavina and forward to City Council for formal adoption.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded.
Vice Chair, Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato. Commissioner Cruz.
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Aye.
Commissioner Gongadin.
Congratulations, aye.
Commissioner Torres.
Yeah, before I put my vote in, I just want to make a comment on record. That we're definitely not art critics, but there's a lot of artists in my family lately, and I've been seeing a lot of different type of art and really getting into it with the family and stuff. I'm strongly, I don't like when out-of-towners come into Jersey City looking for this. I like to see the Jersey City born residents that were here struggling in the art community. But looking at this work that she has done and her artwork, I'm proud that she chooses Jersey City to be her home. It's really good work, really a great artist, and I think it'd be very good for having her here from Jersey City, in Jersey City. So I'm going to vote a big aye on this one. Thank you.
And Chairman Langston.
Aye.
All right, motion carries, all in favor.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to item 10. It's case P2023-0036. Is the review and discussion of amendments to the Paulus Hook redevelopment plan regarding the plan boundaries and creation of Block 11606 redevelopment plan. This was sent to us as part of a council resolution 22-699 petition by KRE Acquisition Corp. And formal action may be taken tonight. Good evening, council.
As a moment of housekeeping, city planning staff did send an email notice to the Hudson County Planning Board. We'd just like to have our council look at it so we can mark it.
Thank you, Matt. I had the opportunity to look at the notice. It does appear to be in order, so for purposes of the record, we're going to mark it as A1.
Thank you, council.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members, council, and staff. James McCann from the law firm of Connell Foley, appearing on behalf of the petitioner, KRE Acquisition. This is tonight a proposal for a new redevelopment plan, namely the Block 11606 redevelopment plan, and a proposal to amend the Paulus Hook redevelopment plan. I think I should probably point out that KRE Acquisition is a developer that's been developing property in Jersey City for over 25 years. They're very familiar with the redevelopment process. They have developed some significant projects beginning in 1990 with Grove Point and continuing all the way through the present day with the Journal Square project, which I think this board is familiar with. I think that's a little bit important when a redevelopment plan is being proposed by a petitioner. Tonight, we're here to discuss Block 11606 on the tax map of Jersey City. It's on your screen right now. That's an aerial photograph of Block 11606.
We have Mr. McCann on our screen. We don't.
Try pressing your green button, says View Larger Display. It should now reset.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
And that aerial photograph has been posted on the planning web portal since November, so it's been up there for a while. You can see that Block 11606 is bounded by Christopher Columbus, Montgomery, Green Street, and Washington Street. And you can also see that in the middle of that block is a property that many of you may know. It's commonly known as 72 Montgomery Street, and it's the Battery View Housing Project. It has, for a very long time, provided affordable housing for senior citizens in the Jersey City area. The proposal before you tonight is to, and you can also see that surrounding that property is a whole lot of asphalt and a lot of surface parking. And this project was definitely approved under the Paulus Hook redevelopment plan. It was constructed in the 1970s, and that plan was adopted in 1969. So planning principles, urban planning principles, were certainly different at that point in time. And I think probably this project that you see is not something that the planning board would ever approve today due to all that surface parking. The general proposal before you tonight is going to be, in the redevelopment plan that's being proposed, is to eliminate all or substantially all of that surface parking along Green and Christopher Columbus Drive, and some along the corner of Washington Street and Christopher Columbus, and replace it with publicly accessible open space. Now, how we have to get there in this situation is, presently, the block 11606 is part of the Paulus Hook redevelopment plan. The proposal is to amend that redevelopment plan to remove that entire block from the Paulus Hook redevelopment plan, and then for the city council, hopefully, to adopt a new redevelopment plan that will only apply to that block. And what that redevelopment plan will then allow for is for the designated redeveloper of the site to subdivide that site into 2 districts. And can we advance to the concept plan? So I'm just going to briefly show you the concept plan. This has also been posted on the planning portal website for several months now. This is, in fact, the concept plan for the redevelopment plan that we have presented to you tonight. And very simply, that concept plan allows for the site to be separated into 2 districts and 2 lots via a subdivision approval. And then KRE, the designated redeveloper, would develop what's referred to on that plan as the East District, with a brand-new building that would have up to 600 units and would have 15% affordable housing in accordance with Jersey City's inclusionary housing ordinance. What would also be mandatory if that development were to occur would be for the designated developer to also develop the area that you see in green, which is in the West District, which would now be part of a separate lot, with the open space that you see on the screen. It would be a minimum of 11,000 square feet of green space along Christopher Columbus. There would also be a minimum of 3,500 square feet of a plaza, which you could see on the corner of Green and Christopher Columbus. There would be a new driveway in between the properties. And essentially, that's the development, or that's the proposed development that would occur on this site were this redevelopment plan to be adopted. Now, just a couple of other things. The green space would be publicly accessible. That is codified in the redevelopment plan. It would be operated by the developer of the property in the East District at its own cost and expense. It, of course, would be developed at its own cost and expense. And we would expect that at some point there would be a developer's agreement that would memorialize the operation of that green space as publicly accessible green space in perpetuity. That's the genesis of the plan. Now, the parking that's going to be eliminated, the surface parking that you don't see there that's going to be eliminated, is essentially going to be replaced by a parking deck constructed in the East District by the designated redeveloper. So the residents of the Battery View property would now no longer have to park outdoors in surface parking. They would have the option of parking in the parking deck that would be constructed on the East District as part of the new project. And I should say a couple of things. KRE has the full cooperation of the owner of the 72 Montgomery Street project. They want this. They've consented to this proposal, and they want this proposal to happen. They believe that it will improve their residents' property because their residents will no longer be surrounded by a parking lot, but they will have open space right outside their back door or front door. So we have the full cooperation of the owner of the site in this proposal. They also, KRE has also presented this to Councilman Solomon, who he is also on board with this proposal. Neighborhood groups they have met with over time, Paulus Hook Association, PADNA, and of course, we've been working on the language in this redevelopment plan and the concept with the planning division for almost a year now. So that's essentially what this redevelopment plan would provide for on this block. I have an architect with me, and I also have Carol Worstel from Dresner. As you know, an important part of adopting a redevelopment plan is to have a master plan consistency report. So I have the architect to answer questions about the concept plan, and I'm going to bring Carol up as my only witness to summarize the master plan consistency report, which is a report that's in writing and has also been posted on the portal for several months. I'll bring Carol up if the board doesn't have any questions of me.
Any questions, anybody so far?
Nope.
Okay, thank you, council.
Okay, Ms. Worstel.
I do. It's Carolyn Worstel, Worstell.
Ms. Worstel, good evening. Good to see you in person as well.
Thank you.
Your license is current tonight?
It's good and current and good standing this evening.
Okay, great. Thank you. You're qualified.
Great, thank you. So I'm just going to speak very specifically to this master plan consistency. As you was just discussed by Mr. McCann, the purpose of this redevelopment plan is to apply contemporary urban development standards to this block, to create a better utilization of the site and build out of a mixed-use residential development and public open spaces to activate the street front, as well as to bring new affordable housing units to downtown. So this is really consistent with numerous elements of the master plan. And that includes continued efforts to enhance residential neighborhoods, which is part of the land use principles. This project, that principle recognizes a mix of various scales of buildings in Jersey City. And this redevelopment plan is consistent. It's going to redevelop what is a surface parking lot with a high-rise mixed-use building in the city's downtown core, just blocks from Two Paths Station. So it really gets in at that scale of buildings in Jersey City and redevelopment of underutilized sites. It ensures the city's available housing is balanced. The master plan states that part of the city's distinctive character stems from its diverse economic diversity. And this plan allows for the existing affordable housing to remain on the site, as well as requiring provisions for new affordable housing to be developed on the site with the new housing. It will improve open space assets and connect them to each other and into the community. As was discussed, there's going to be significant new open space developed along Christopher Columbus Drive. It's going to create new sort of pocket parks that will serve both the immediate neighborhood and increase the overall open space network throughout the downtown. Looking at the open space element, it addresses the gaps, through new land and improved facilities. So again, this plan is creating some new open space in the downtown, which says, daily demand for public open space throughout the week from people who work in the businesses, as well as residents in the downtown. And it's making a small scale pocket open space and a crucial part of the overall network. So creating a space that will connect with the other open spaces that are within the downtown area. And it also is consistent with the goal to link to and invest in community resources close to existing and future transit stations and stops. This redevelopment area is 5-minute walk to multiple path stations, the light rail station, and a ferry terminal. And there's surrounded by recently implemented protected bike lanes on Montgomery, Washington, Warren, and Christopher Columbus Drive. So there's a large amount of transit within the area. And it's highly accessible from a pedestrian standpoint. It's well connected to other civic spaces, community facilities, as well as the different transportation networks. So this is an ideal location not only for new high-rise density development, but also for an additional open space for public use. It's consistent with the circulation element. Objective G11 of the circulation element recommends development and implementation of smart growth strategies, as well as objective G1-2, which supports transit-dependent growth by creating street-level pedestrian-friendly environments. So overall, this project meets both of those objectives. Again, we're developing, creating a new zoning to provide for the pedestrian scale mixed-use development that is going to be, could be created here in close proximity to major transit networks, surrounded by complete streets and facilitating the creation of new public-facing and publicly accessible open spaces along major bike, pedestrian, vehicular corridors, where the current condition is dominated by impervious coverage. So I think overall that this site is consistent with both smart growth principles and TOD best practices in both its siting and the type of development that is being proposed here to replace the parking. So I think I can conclude that this redevelopment plan is substantially consistent with the goals and objectives of the Jersey City Master Plan and is designated or designed to effectuate the master plan pursuant to the local redevelopment and housing law. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, anybody?
Don't go.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Worstel. Appreciate it.
Do you want me to?
So the last component
Sure.
to what we're doing tonight, I just put up on the screen for you all. This is the component that is the amendment to the Paulus Hook redevelopment plan. Very simply, this map will be part of the Paulus Hook redevelopment plan, and you could see from the map that it excludes block 11606 from that plan. So this is the other component of what's being presented to the board tonight.
Understood.
I have one question.
Question?
Mr. McCandle, a question on the parking situation. You said you're going to have a parking lot built in the building. Battery View tenants that are going to be using that parking, are they going to be paying the market rate, or is there going to be some type of a scale rate for those senior citizens in that building?
So,
He's talked about that.
right, so I don't know the answer to that. I don't think there's been a financial model worked out for that yet. So I can't answer that question. I just know that the spaces will be available to make sure that every space that is taken as a surface space will be replaced in the parking garage. And the redevelopment plan provides a flexible number of spaces depending on how many spaces are used to build the open space.
Is it possible to match what they're paying now, or?
I don't know what they're paying right now.
Yeah.
I'm told by a representative KRE that they're not going to charge the seniors for the parking in the garage.
Thank you. Thank you. I like good neighbors. Thank you very much. I hope that goes through that way. Thank you.
So, council, we're just picking this up now. If anything's built other than mixed use on that east property, is the park still in play? Is that still required to be built?
So without having the redevelopment plan in front of me, I believe the only permitted uses on the East District, whatever is built in the East District would require the open space to be built. I believe that's the arrangement. That's what the redevelopment plan says. So if there was no retail, they would still have to build the open space.
Mr. McCann, on page 12. Page 12, East District specific regulations, permitted principal uses. There's a list, obviously, that includes residential, retail, office, and then the last category is mixed use of any of the above. The way I read that, obviously, any one of those uses could be developed on the property. Then, when I go back up to the regulation about the open space plaza, required open space on page 8, it says, as part of any new construction of a new mixed-use residential building in the East District. So, that's, I guess, that conflict from our point of view with the verbiage of the redevelopment plan.
So the question, so the presumption is that if they just built office, they wouldn't have to build the open space. That's not the intent, so I think that if we need to tweak the language before it goes to the city council, that I can work with Mr. Ward, who's been working with myself and my team on this project. I think the intent is that whatever is built on the East District would require the open space also.
Right.
But I also think the intent at the present time is to build a residential building there with affordable housing, because that was one of the most important components of this also.
If I may expand on that,
Go ahead, Matt.
it sounds like any development, though, in the East District would be required to provide the open space that's located in the West District to include an open space area of at least 11,500 square feet, and a minimum of that is a dog park of 2,500 square feet. So that paragraph is specific to any application in the East District, resulting in that.
And you're on page 9, right?
Correct, paragraph 2 on page 9.
Yeah, I think just page 8, paragraph 1 has to mirror that, that's all.
I think we all agree in concept, so Mr. Ward and I can look at the language that you're citing and shore it up for what the board's intent is.
Matt, do you agree we can,
We can use the same phrase that says any development and replace the any new construction of a mixed-use residential building in paragraph 1 with the same way we do in paragraph 2, which says any part of any development application.
okay. Good, very good, thank you. Okay, anybody else, any questions? Okay,
So there
thank you,
was one
Councilman.
housekeeping item, since we're talking about language in the redevelopment plan. Matt, we had discussed a cantilever provision for the redevelopment plan. Can you talk about that as a floor amendment, or do you want me to?
I'm happy with you to talk about it as a floor amendment, and staff's reviewed and is fine with the introduction of this.
So the applicant had requested that they get permission to build a cantilever over the building on the side where Columbus Boulevard is. And Matt and I had a couple of back and forths with some language that we proposed by our team, and I think the agreement is in Article Roman numeral 8A, 7A, Romanet 1A, that we can add language saying a canopy or awning may infringe upon the building's setback requirement up to and along Christopher Columbus Drive property line. Such canopy or awning shall be cantilevered with a minimum clearance of 20 feet above grade. The idea being simply that where that plaza is, to allow there to be a cantilever to possibly, in the event of some bad weather, to still allow people to be able to sit outside so that, and they would get a little bit of coverage from the elements. That's the intent.
And that's in that
Proposed plaza area, 3,500 square foot plaza, but it would be, the cantilever would be attached to the building, obviously.
Right, so in the site concept that we have on our screen, that's that 35 tower footprint above on the East District portion.
Yes, above on the screen, but that's on the ground floor. That's on the street.
Right, it says tower footprint above.
Yep. Yep, exactly.
Okay, does anybody have any questions on that?
No.
Okay. Thank you, council.
Thank you.
And do you have
No.
another witness?
No, I was wondering if Matt, he had a staff report.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So at this time, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this redevelopment plan change, please come on up to the mic.
Mr. Chair, I see no public. I move to close.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed.
All right, so staff is satisfied with the testimony put on the record by their professional planner in review of this document, the proposed amendments or new redevelopment plan. Staff concludes that the proposed amendments are substantially consistent with the master plan and designed to effectuate the master plan. The staff recommends that the planning board recommend adoption of these amendments to the municipal council. That said, I believe we have put on some things about floor amendments. Also in our staff memo dated November 22nd, 2023, we also detailed some floor amendments there, which in hindsight, we probably should have incorporated in these months that have gone by.
We probably could have.
But that said, we would like to include those as well in the recommendation from planning board. Those are cleaning up some language regarding some of the same paragraphs we talked about tonight, the required open space. And then there's also a minimum lot size change, just to ensure that what's regulated in the plan moves forward smoothly with a minimum lot size change from 30,000 square feet to 50,000 square feet. With that, staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you, Matt. I'll entertain a motion if there's
Chair,
no
I'd like to
questions
make a
for Matt.
motion. Nope. I would like to make a motion to approve case P 2023-0036 as presented to our board here tonight.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
On a motion to approve and recommend to City Council for adoption, Vice Chairman Dr. Gonzalez,
Yeah, I like it. I really like this. Removing this parking is going to be a good thing for this site. So I vote aye.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Yeah, I totally agree with Dr. Gonzalez. This amendment is beneficial to Jersey City as well. I vote aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Thanks for being a good neighbor, and thanks for working with the senior citizens in that building. I appreciate that, and with that, I'm going to vote aye.
Commissioner Stamato, Commissioner Cruz,
I vote aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Chairman Langston.
Yeah, I do agree with Ms. Worstel's testimony. The plan is in keeping with the master plan, all the goals and objectives discussed tonight. This is exactly where we want to be as a city. This is, definitely the vision for downtown. So this is an easy aye for me.
Motion carries. All in favor on the motion to approve and recommend to City Council for adoption.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, council. I am gonna jump one thing up real quick. This has been on our agenda, kicking back and forth on our agenda for a long time now. I'm gonna move to item 15, if that's okay. It should be brief. We're gonna call case P23-039. This is a conditional use for 746 Grand Street.
Oh, okay. You don't have to text me anymore.
Oh,
We're kicking it old school as
You
well.
don't have to text me anymore.
Chairman, I do have to recuse on this matter, as I have a conflict.
Cup of coffee.
Okay, and as always,
Not
council,
allowed in city building.
I'm comfortable going forward without council right now. But if at any time we feel like we need to consult with somebody outside, we'll reserve that right and carry the application to a later date.
Sure, not a problem. Thank
Okay,
you so much.
thank you.
All right.
Hi, my name is Heather Coomer. I am representing the Backpack Boys with a Z, Backpack Boys JC LLC. This is for a conditional use regarding Class 5 cannabis dispensary located at 746 Grand Street, Block 18703, Lot 9. You probably have seen this building a while. I have seen this building vacant probably ever since I moved to Jersey City since 2010. So I'm very excited that something is being built here and it's being refurbished, renovated. So on this, my client has already received the Jersey City Cannabis Board approval on November 14th, 2022. They also were addressing any sort of issues with historic, but are going to continue having those conversations. I'm going to bring up right now who I'm going to refer to as, I'm sorry, Tom, I'm going to refer to you as a triple threat. Our architect is also a licensed engineer and planner, so it will be a one and done witness for us. And to respect the board's time, because I know you have a lot of things, we want to try to do this as swiftly and efficient as possible. So at this time, I'm going to ask Tom to introduce yourself, spell your last name, and give your expertise.
Before we do that, we just should do some housekeeping, and seeing that our counsel has recused, I'll just go on the record as saying that staff has reviewed the notice and finds it in order.
Okay, thank you, Matt, and we'll mark that A1. And counsel, just before you call your witness, obviously, the board is more than familiar with cannabis applications at this point. You know, we just look at the architecture of it. You know, we've been back and forth a million times
That's
with
right,
these.
I figured. We're just keeping it very simple. So really, right now, and you know, our architect's familiar with that. He's just going to explain any sort of exterior work, any sort of cleanup, since this was a currently vacant building, and we'll just address it from there.
Perfect.
We'll go very quickly of meeting the conditions, and take questions at that point.
Great, okay, thank you, we appreciate it.
Yes, sir, I do. It's Thomas V. Ashbayan, A-S-H-B-A-H-I-A-N. Business address is 39 Spring Street, Ramsey, New Jersey.
Mr. Ashbayan.
Yes.
Ashbayan?
Ashbayan.
Ashbayan.
I've read of your version.
Pleasure. Heather talked you up. Triple threat, she called you. So I don't believe we've qualified you in the past,
No,
though.
so I certainly do have to go through that. A graduate of Pratt Institute in Brooklyn, New York, 1976. First registered architect, 1980. Registered professional planner, 1981. And registered as professional engineer, 1983. Continuous practice as a sole proprietor since 1984, so I'm afraid that's about 40 years now. So I might be the old guy in the room, but I'll talk fast. If my credentials are acceptable, I'll launch.
Yes, thank you, sir, and congratulations. Add qualified by the Jersey City Planning Board on there, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
And before you start, so your testimony is just
We'll cover anything and
Everything
everything
and
that may need to be covered, but I'll try to make sure that it's as complete as possible. Certainly, if there are any questions, I'm more than obliged to answer.
okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
The building, as you probably all too well know, is a building that's probably in excess of 110 years old. The building, when I saw it for the first time about 2 years ago, has been completely abandoned. The building inside is entirely empty. There's doors, openings, and window openings, but as of up until just a few weeks ago, there were no windows at all. Doors were all padlocked. So the building very much is in need of a new life. Fortunately, the building is extremely well constructed. I can say that as an architect and an engineer. It is sound. It's not collapsing inside. The brickwork of the building, both exterior and interior, is excellent. The condition of the brickwork is beyond belief, really. It's a through-width brick. I'm not sure if anybody realizes it, but it's brick all the way through. It's not a brick and then block, or a brick and masonry or frame. So it's a very, very viable building that can be worked on and brought to new life. Building is 2 stories, of course. about 1,700 square feet per floor. The proposal is to have a retail facility on the first floor, utilizing the entire perimeter with additional amenities of a toilet, a trash room, and a storage room. The plan is articulated, so to say, indicating an average retail situation. The main entrance will be at the corner, so to say. The property is irregularly shaped. The building fills virtually the entirety of the triangular shaped property. So the public entrance, so to say, would be here, employee entrance here, and for purposes of any sort of emergency, we have a third exit that would drop down to Grand.
Could you use the mic, please?
Sir,
Sorry.
if you need to move to the boards, there is a handheld mic behind you.
Oh. Why don't I do that one?
Just turn it on, dude. Do you see the switch on it?
So that's the,
Oh,
so the first floor is devoted entirely to retail. The second floor will be entirely devoted to storage of product, offices, and any attendant needs of the retail facility. There is a basement that really is only a crawl space. There's really no utilization of it for other than utilities, gas, water, electric, MEP. So the building will be entirely renovated on the exterior. The graffiti and any other accoutrements that have been added over the years will be removed. All the stonework, the brickwork will be retained. The cornice will be restored. Windows have already been installed, and we will be replacing all of the doors. We are proposing 3 signs. The signs are in full conformance. There'll be a sign that faces Grand, one sign that faces Arlington, and then a flag or pendant type sign over the entry door. All the signs are in full conformance with regulations for the NC zone. We have added lighting to the elevations. The lighting will produce at least 1 foot candle minimum on the entirety of the perimeter of the building, facing both Arlington and Grand. All the HVAC equipment will be located on a roof. The parapet around the building is approximately 3.5 to 4 feet high, so there will be no visibility of the equipment from the streetscape at all. Access to the roof would be entirely interior of the building. As far as the planning testimony or planning issues, we have provided a zoning data chart which indicates all the particulars of the building. We are not changing anything that has to do with the shape, size, or height of the building. There's no additions. There is a provision in your ordinance that tells us that all the bulk standards basically don't apply if the property already exists, because there are technically some nonconformities, but the planner's report has told us that there are no variances. So the building is conforming from a planning criteria perspective in the NC zone. The conditional issue that we have to meet is that the property be located at least 200 feet from a school and 600 feet from another facility. We have provided evidence to the planning, your planning board or your planning staff that provides that we are in conformance with the minimum setbacks from both of those criteria. The use is a permitted conditional use, and I believe you've covered already the legal conditions. Trash, which was we were called for, is being contained inside the building. We are not disposing of trash with any sort of dumpster on the exterior. Trash will have to be regularly taken out on a scheduled pickup. It will not be left out in the street, so to say. And I believe that's it. We've reviewed the planning report, the last planning report of December 27th. We commit, and I believe there's nothing in there that has been undone by our submissions or not addressed by our submissions. And from a architectural engineering planning perspective, we would conform with any of the recommendations of the staff and any furtherance of my involvement in issuing a conforming development certificate. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Believe it or not, the one question I have, actually two questions. I just want to see how circulation is handled for the retail section. So people come in the front entrance, they check in. Is there security only at the check-in desk?
I knew you were going to ask that. So I actually provided copies, which is why they weren't provided before for the layout. They are confidential, but I have enough copies for the board to look at. I'm going to enter this in as an exhibit. However, just to
Once
show, it is
Once you
what-
enter that, though, that's public record. If you just want to describe it for us,
Sure.
I'm fine with that.
Sure. So you can see over here, there's the counter over here. The entrance over here it's at the tip over there. So the check-in is right here.
Counsel, if you could, please just turn the board a little bit.
Okay, sure.
With commissioners. We're loaded up with commissioners tonight, so.
So where Arlington and Grand Street meet, that point is going to be where the entrance is, the main entrance. So people will check in over here. Of course, there's going to be security out in the front. They're going to have their IDs checked and then checked again to check in. Then there's a waiting area over here to the side over here. And then from there, once they get in, they will basically almost kind of go around the counter to that space. So there'll be like a line over here. So it's pretty much, it's very much contained. And then they'll be able to exit the other location as well. So it's two different entrances or exit. The exit's right over here for customer exit, sorry. Employee entrance is over here on the other side with Arlington, and the customer exit is off of Grand Street.
Okay, thank you, counsel.
No problem.
So my other question is that customer exit, that door shows swinging inward. Is that a secure door?
It is a secure door. By building code, we are permitted to turn that door inwards in as much as the occupancy inside the building is low enough.
Okay, understood. Yeah,
and
I
to-
had egress concerns, but also just security concerns.
Yes, and to swing it out would be dangerous to someone who had to use it. They could pitch right out onto the stair.
Okay, understood.
Just for also the record, I submitted these files to Francisco, so planning has it as well. So
Sure.
they have the layout too.
Okay. All right, anybody else? Any questions? Don't let me hog this.
Outdoor lighting has been indicated on the perimeter of the building, providing average of 1 foot candle. The lights are indicated on the elevations and on the plans, on the full perimeter.
All right, anybody else? Maybe?
Yeah, I have a question. My question is basically, you mentioned in your testimony that the utilities would be in a crawl space type or a very low basement area, but I don't see any access into that area.
This is basically the basement crawl space. And when I say crawl space, I'm kind of short. I cannot stand up.
Okay, okay.
But there is a stair that actually gets down to it.
There is okay, now I see that,
There is a
yes.
stair within the crawl space.
Okay, 4
An
foot
exist-
high.
An existing stair.
That's pretty big, 4 foot high, you know. I've gone in tighter spaces than that, so.
Indeed, I have too, and the older I get, the less I
They
have
have,
to.
they have utilities in that crawl space now,
Yes, yes,
and they're gonna remain down there in the basement?
yes, yes.
Interesting. Okay.
Okay, anybody else? All right, thank you, sir. We appreciate
Thank you.
it. Counsel, is that your presentation?
Sorry?
Is that your presentation?
That's our presentation.
Okay, thank you. At this point, we'll open it up for public comment. Is anybody here from public that wants to comment on this application? please come on up to the microphone if you are here and want to comment.
Chair, see there is no more public. I would like to close the public portion.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed.
So Francisco Espinoza is not here tonight. I did review this application. I did prepare the map, actually, that's put on the data portal for this application. Mr. Espinoza did prepare a staff memo, which I've reviewed, along with the other materials, dated December 27th, 2023. He did recommend that in the event of a motion is made to approve this application, staff recommended 7 subsequent conditions. Upon my review, most of these are standard with a cannabis application. Moving on to the map, there is a concurrent applicant for Class 5 at another corner of Grand and Communipaw Avenue. Staff recommends approval.
Okay. And Matt, just for clarity, concurrent applicant, there's no building permits pulled yet?
No, they have an application into us to appear before this board.
Okay, thank you. And council, you've reviewed staff comments?
Yes, the only comment I would like to say for some of the conditions, they do say to either work with historic staff or the historic commission. If I am we're totally fine with working with historic staff as needed, but I do not, since it's not in a historic district, nor it's a landmark or it's designated as historic building, we request to leave the commission out of it.
That's fine. I think what we meant is staff, but we probably would consult with them anyways.
Okay.
That's put onto condition number 1.
That's reasonable.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P23-039 as presented to the board this evening, together with staff recommendation and conditions.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato, Commissioner Cruz, Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez,
Abstain.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye, good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Kim, could we bring Santo back in? I don't know, maybe he's out getting dinner.
Shout out to Cuba. That's what we said. Isn't that weird? I mean, I do like
Okay, let's move on to item 11 on the agenda, is case P2024-0004. This is the review and discussion of amendment to the Liberty Harbor North redevelopment plan regarding 155 Marin Boulevard. Change in use and permitted height is proposed. This was petitioned by Liberty Harbor North Partners LLC, and formal action may be taken tonight.
Good
Good
evening.
evening.
Gregory Asadorian from the Dakotas Law Firm on behalf of Liberty Harbor North Partners LLC. My client owns the property, which is commonly known as 155 Marin Boulevard, also identified as Block 15907, Lot 3, Qualifier 2. We're here tonight on an amendment to the Liberty Harbor North redevelopment plan. What we are basically seeking is residential with affordable housing units at the site, which is presently vacant. I have 3 witnesses here tonight, and I would like to start with my architect, Dean Marchetto.
Mr. Asadorian, let's just take care of some housekeeping. We have the notice that was sent to the county with respect to the application. So we're going to mark that as A1 for purposes of the record. And then Mr. Polino is here. Mr. Polino, would you like to place your appearance on the record?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Good evening, council.
Good evening, Chairman. My name is Eugene Paolino. I'm a partner at Genova Burns, and I'm representing LHN Urban Renewal and LHN 2, Inc., LLC, excuse me. I have two, I'm an objector. I represent an objector. I have two objections that are threshold objections, right at the beginning of this thing. The first is that there is an existing ordinance that was passed amending the redevelopment plan. I have a copy of the amended redevelopment plan, which incorporates the resolution and the approval of the municipal council. So I've sent an email to, I think, Mr. Lampe and the Planning Division, suggesting that there was an issue here of potential conflicting ordinances. It doesn't sound like it's conflicting, but it is. It is in the sense that if this board should recommend approval and it goes to the municipal council approves, may approve it. In that case, I have two valid existing ordinances that I don't know what they do in that instance. They have a conflict. Should you say that you disapprove of the amendment and it goes to municipal council and they agree with you, now I have an approved ordinance and a disapproved ordinance, or a no ordinance. So I don't know what my client would be faced with in that instance. It would have to comply with, I guess, the ordinance that exists and is valid, outstanding. You might respond, and I understand this, believe me, I played it in my mind several times over the last couple of weeks. You may say, not my problem. That's the municipal council's problem. The answer to that is really not the case. You know that the council relies upon your the municipal council relies upon your recommendations. In one case, you recommended what the outcome would be. So what I would suggest you do, for all it's worth, is to send this back to the municipal council or the corporation council and suggest that they rescind the existing ordinance so that we don't have a conflict. That's my first objection. That's a threshold objection. The second objection is a little bit more sensitive to that. You know that the general procedure for any redevelopment plan amendment, or a redevelopment plan as it is, the beginning of a redevelopment plan, is that you have a sponsor, and that sponsor could either be a private party, as in this case, or it could be a city-sponsored, JCRA-sponsored, I don't know who you would name it, but it would be a publicly sponsored redevelopment plan. In this case, we clearly have an amendment that's put forward not by the Planning Division, but it's put forward by a private individual, LHN owner, I think it's called. And in that instance, the promoter, sponsor of the plan has the duty of persuading you and persuading the municipal council that that amendment meets all the requirements of the master plan and the intentions and purposes of the redevelopment plan. In this case, what I see is that there have been communications by the Planning Division in support of the private individual. I don't mean communications, emails. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a matter that was uploaded to the portal, and it contains a report or a PowerPoint, I don't know how you would call it, and I sent an email to Mr. Lampe saying that I thought that that needed to be removed from the portal. I don't think it was, and I believe, because I know you folks, you probably looked at it, and it probably is in your mind now, and I can't remove it even if I could remove it, right? So I have a problem with that, that report, as it were. And I would ask that that report not be considered at all by this board. You may say that I'm entitled to all of the information that I can get from my planning division. I've heard the chairman say that a number of times, and I would say the same in your position, right? You want to get as much information as you possibly can. In this instance, that's not fair. I submitted a matter to the portal, had it uploaded to the portal. It was exhibits that will support my objections, and the planning division submitted a response to my matters that were uploaded. At least it seems that way. That's how it happened chronologically, and as a result, I don't know who my adversary is. Is it the city of Jersey City, the planning division, or is it a private individual? So to make things fair and level the playing field, my request on the threshold matter is, I can't take it out of your mind, but I could ask that you not consider it, and that's it. Thank you. Those are the two objections I have as a threshold objection.
Okay, thank you, counsel.
May I be heard? May I be heard with respect to what Mr. Paolino just said?
Of course, counsel.
Sure. A couple things. First thing Mr. Paolino said was that there may be conflicting ordinances. That's pure speculation. We have no idea what the mayor and council is going to do. We have no idea if there's going to be conflicting ordinances or not. So that first part of his objection is based purely on speculation. What he also said was that this board send this matter back to the mayor and council and tell them to rescind the ordinance. Unfortunately, this board does not have the authority to direct the mayor and council to rescind an ordinance. So that objection fails. The final objection Mr. Paolino made was that this matter is set forth before you tonight on behalf of my applicants, on behalf of my client's request. However, if you take a look at the resolution, it's actually at the corporate council's request to the mayor and council, and the mayor and council referred it to this board. So we're not here today as a result of my client's request. We're actually here today as a result of mayor and council's request, which that part then negates the rest of his objection concerning this board's experts' opinion or recommendations. As this board knows, every planning and zoning board in the state hears or has review letters, which are distributed to the board by its experts, by its professionals. They're normally given to the applicant and to any objector. And then this board and the Zoning Board of Adjustment, they then have the right to weigh the testimony and give that testimony, that opinion, the weight they deserve or which they think it deserves. So you may accept anything that is contained in any of the recommendations. You may accept the testimony from my experts, or you may accept the testimony from Mr. Paolino's experts, or you may reject them. That is in the board's discretion, and it's in the board's right. So for you to not consider a professional opinion is absurd, and it flies right directly in the face of the municipal land use law. So with that said, I would respectfully request that we proceed tonight and this board not consider or reject Mr. Paolino's objections.
Chairman, I can speak to both objections. If the board would like the benefit of my counsel, I am happy to give it as always.
Please.
So first, Mr. Paolino, thank you. I appreciate what you would do if you were in my position, but I see it a little differently than you, obviously. With respect to the issue of what the governing body does or doesn't do in adopting ordinances, this body does not legislate. We've had this conversation hundreds of times amongst ourselves when going through what our role is as the planning board for the city. We do not legislate. We do not adopt ordinances. We are here on a review that was sent to us of the proposed amendments to a redevelopment plan. And our purview is to look at it and determine whether or not there is consistency with the master plan and make a recommendation to the council. which, as we've discussed numerous times, the council does not have to accept. They are free to govern. They're elected, they govern. We're appointed, we do planning. That's what we do. We do not make legislation. So whether or not there's an issue, whether or not the council has multiple ordinances that may conflict, may not conflict, we don't tell the governing body what to do. We make recommendations, and they do what they do, we do what we do. With respect to the objection regarding the fact that city planning has reviewed things submitted and has given opinions, this is very customary. We see this all the time. We rely on planning staff to do what planning staff is licensed to do and to help bring forth all of the necessary information. So everybody has it. Everybody's aware of what it says. We're going to hear all of the testimony. We're going to weigh all of the evidence, and we're going to determine where we fall on the issue. So, Chairman, with that, I think the board should overrule the objections. They're noted for the record, and we should move forward.
Sure. Thank you, counsel. Before I say anything, does anybody have any questions? Okay. No, I agree with counsel. The objections are duly noted for the record. We do appreciate Mr. Paolino's time. I'm sure it's not the last time we're going to hear from him tonight on this application. But I am comfortable moving forward. And again, the objections are on record. And we're here to do the business of the planning department and not write legislation or rescind legislation tonight. So with that said, counsel, if you want to call your first witness.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to call Mr. Dean Marchetto.
I'll use this.
Counsel, I think this is going to be between this and cross-examination. This might be a lengthy process right now. We try and give the court reporter a break at 7. Yeah.
So, Chairman, for the record, I did have the opportunity to speak to both councils during the time that I was off the dais, and they promised me that it would not take either one of them more than 35 minutes to put on their direct case. So I think we should give the reporter the break, but that is what they promised.
I feel like Gene's answer right now is going to be more than 35 minutes. And that's fine. That's fine.
I only object to the word promise. I had an estimate.
Okay, let's give Mike 10. It's 6:54. We'll be back at 7:04, everybody. All right, could we come to order again, everybody? Okay, counsel, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
For the record, can you state my name, please?
Yes, my name is Dean Marchetto, and it's D-E-A-N. Marchetto is M-A-R-C-H-E-T-T-O.
Mr. Marchetto, good evening. We've qualified you as a planner and an architect at this point. You're testifying as what tonight?
Tonight as an architect and
Okay.
license is current.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Okay.
Mr. Polino, you don't have any objection to us recognizing Mr. Marchetto?
Good evening, board members. It's nice to see you all in person for a change.
You too.
What we're going to be talking about tonight is the Liberty Harbor North redevelopment plan, and for reference purposes, I just put the cover page on the slide. This is the current Liberty Harbor North redevelopment plan. The Liberty Harbor North plan, this is an aerial view of the entire area.
Santo, can we mark the plan as A2? A2. Can you just go back? Give us the last date on. Right, it's March 23rd, 2023.
Can I proceed?
Yes.
Okay, so this is an aerial view looking down at the overall Liberty Harbor North plan. It's a total of 80 acres. And zooming into the project area, this red square represents Block 24, which is the subject matter of tonight's case. And then moving in a bit further, you see the entire block, and then you see the red square in the middle, which is the site of this particular application. Well, the site for this petition is unbuilt portion of the site. It's located on South Cove is one name. The other street is Avenue E. I think it has a few names right now. The site measures 180 feet wide by 85 feet deep and is 0.35 acres. This map describes the overlay of what's already built on the site. You may know that there are two existing high-rise residential towers on the site, commonly known as Vantage Tower 1 and Vantage Tower 2, 45 stories. And then there's a platform around the C shape of the rest of the site, which is a parking and amenities type of platform with a pool deck and a roof deck above. In the center, you'll see the site that's in question tonight, and there are two rectangles in there. The outer rectangle is the property area. The property area measures 180 feet wide by 88 feet deep, as I mentioned, for 0.35 acres. And then there's an inner box, which is shown, which is the actual tower footprint that's permitted. It's 160 feet wide by 70 feet deep. And that footprint sits above the base of the building, which is the base that contains parking and amenities and lobbies. This is a 3D view of the existing conditions. You can see the two Vantage towers in the center of the image, and then that green patch, which I'll now identify with this red box, is the site that we have in question.
So council, we marked the redevelopment plan as A2. You want to mark everything as we go individually?
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
Even though it was submitted.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, and I was going to ask Mr. Marchand when he's done if we should mark them individually or as a packet.
I submitted it to the portal as one presentation, PowerPoint presentation, so if that's fine, that's fine.
Each one of those slides?
I'm going to go through every slide, yes.
Okay, so let's mark that as A3 for purposes of the record. And Mr. Marchetto, how many slides is the presentation?
You know, I never counted them. I'd have to get to the end. It's probably about 25 slides, but I'll know when I get to the end unless I never really counted them.
Thank you.
Okay. So the site is marked in red. And this image shows the zoning envelope that is permitted on the site. Currently, we can see the bulk of the tower, which is 320 feet tall. And as you know, this is currently programmed for a hotel at 320 feet tall. The purpose of my testimony tonight is to clear up any confusion about height. As I mentioned, the volume is 320 feet tall, and what you're allowed to put in there is 20-story hotel. You're allowed to put 2 stories that are 25 feet each, 25 and 25, 1 and 2, totaling 50 feet of height. Plus, you can have 18 stories at 15 feet each for a total of 320 feet. So if you were going to build a hotel here, you can build 15 feet floor to floor on top of 2 base floors, which are 25 feet each. That total is 320 feet. And I made a little exhibit. This is a scaled version of that box, 32 stories. Now, I put a photograph of this in the exhibit. which you can see there. I couldn't send you this for the portal, so I just put a photograph. I called them M1 and M2 for Model 1 and Model 2. You can keep these if you like, but I just wanted to use them as an example.
So council, we're gonna mark these as A4A, A4B. A4A will be the one that is marked as M1 for Model 1. A4B will be M2 for Model 2, as just articulated by the witness.
So this in scale, which is a scale of 1 inch equals 30 feet, is 320 feet, and it contains, this one here is the hotel, M1 and M2. M1 is a 20-story hotel, and you can see in 300, well, I can do it from here. I just stop moving. 320 feet, and this is 20 stories. You can count them up. Now, our proposal is to take this volume, and instead of putting a 20-story hotel inside this box, we want to put a 32-story residential building. A residential building has smaller floor-to-floor heights. We can do a residential building in 10-foot floor-to-floor, gives you a 9-foot ceiling, which is conventional normal ceiling. And so we prepared another model, which you can count the floors here. There are 32 floors here, and it's the same box. I just took the same hotel box and put a residential building inside of it. We didn't increase the volume, the dimension, the height. We just wanted to make this demonstration to show you very clearly that there is no change in the bulk of the building. I'll leave these here.
Mr. Marchetto, why don't you pass them to the board? Council, do you want to see the models?
I didn't know, Council, when you wanted me to begin cross-examining. I would think that you would want the testimony to all come out tonight. But if you want to break it up.
I think his question was, do you want to see that?
Do you want to see the models before they get passed to the board members?
Get to the board first.
Well, if I see the models, you don't want me to ask any questions on the models. Just want to look at them.
You'll have your chance to question on them. Figure we should take advantage of being live and in person and touch the model as opposed to just on the screen.
So just to repeat, same size volume, 320 feet. This will be 32 stories, and it will contain 300 residential buildings, residential units. The current zoning for the property is a hotel. The Liberty Harbor North Plan was adopted in 2001, I believe. There's no affordable housing whatsoever in the Liberty Harbor North redevelopment plan. In 22 years, we haven't gotten a hotel or an affordable unit. There's a housing shortage.
I do have a question on 20-story and 32-story. So what is the height between the floors on both of them?
In the residential building, it's 10 feet floor to floor. And in the hotel, it's allowed to be 15 feet floor to floor, except the first 2 floors are required to be 25 feet each. So when you add up those heights, it comes to 320 feet. That sets the size of the box. We want to put a residential building in the same size box without any increase, which means it wouldn't change any effects of shadows, views, wind conditions. Things like that would not change as a result of this modification because the building is the same size. We're simply recognizing that there's no call for a hotel after 20 years. There's a desperate need for housing, certainly affordable housing in Jersey City. This change of use from the hotel to the residential building provides for 45 units of affordable housing in the project.
Dean, I just want to correct a couple things. We're not actually looking for a change of use. We're going to keep the hotel. This is in addition to the hotel. So we're not looking to eliminate the hotel use. I just want that to be clear. It's an additional residential. And I just want to, if I could just address your question with respect to the feet. With the Liberty Harbor North redevelopment plan, under the hotel, it says the first 2 floors can be 25 feet each. So that's 50 feet. Then it says floors 3 to 16 can be 15 feet each. Then after that, you could add 4 stories of towers, and each story can be 15 feet. So that's another 60 feet. Then what it tells you is you could build a roof. It doesn't tell you how high the roof can be. And then it tells you you can add a penthouse on top of the roof. And again, it doesn't limit the size of the penthouse, but assuming if it's at 15 feet, how the other floors are, under the redevelopment plan, a permitted hotel's height is 335 feet plus the roof. So I just want to make that clear because I know we said 320 a couple times. It's actually 335 plus the roof. And what we're proposing today is residential, not to exceed what's permitted as the height of a hotel.
So that at the roof, it gets a little bit complicated. You have setbacks and penthouses, but the basic building to the roof that we're looking for is to be within the height of the hotel, which is 320 feet, based on those floor-to-floor heights. This slide here is just a description of the units. Here you'll see that we have 300 apartments proposed. 84 are studios, 128 are 1 bedrooms, 78 are 2 bedrooms, and 110 are 3 bedrooms. That 300 total that fits inside that box very comfortably yields 45 units of affordable housing. So this next exhibit is simply a 3D version in the digital format. You see what I'm looking down here on the plan. You see the 2 vantage towers here and the proposed building. I'm going to simply tilt this up so you can see the relative proportion of the proposed building versus the existing buildings. I'm going to then just twist this around, get a little closer. You can see in scale the separation between the buildings and the relative height. From the other side, you could see that the building is separated in between the gap of the other 2 buildings, so it has no effect on views. The views of the buildings aren't disturbed by our project. And then if I turn it around, you see from the other side, the front, and then down at the base. Okay, so relying on the previous approval on this, you may know that there was an approval on this back in, I guess it was March, and we're doing it over again.
Were we to mark the SketchUp model or views?
That not part of the slideshow?
No, that's
They could send us.
knowing you were going to ask me for this, I prepared the 5 scenes I just presented
Okay.
on a piece of paper, which we can mark as a separate exhibit.
All right, so we're up to A5. Marchetto, if you could give, or counsel, if you could give Mr. Bellino a copy of. These are 5 sheets?
I believe it's 7. It's 7.
Have a title?
It's a 3D digital model. I can place a date on it, put on today's date.
February 6th.
So as you may know, this was heard and approved by the city council and the board here back in the beginning of last year. And as a result of that approval, my client hired us to go ahead and prepare the design, anticipating we would get to a site plan application. So for informational purposes, this is the proposed building that the developer plans to submit for site plan approval. It's a residential building, 300 units, 45 affordable housing. And this view is a general overall view, and this is just a close-up view of the grade. Grade level.
All right, council, I don't think we need to go into any more projection as to what could potentially come if the amendment was recommended.
So that's it. That really concludes my testimony. Just in conclusion, I would like to say that, with the housing shortage, the affordable housing assurance, why wouldn't we want to put a residential building inside that box? It's a form-based code. It describes the box. We don't have a call for a hotel, but there's certainly a call for housing, and especially affordable housing. So the idea would be to use that zoning for residential purpose. That's the request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Marchetto. Any questions from the board?
I just, one quick question, just to clarify, when you were talking about the 320-foot height on the both boxes that you gave us, that is not counting anything that's going to be added to that roof.
That's
later
right.
on.
Yeah, there's mechanicals above that. I think there's a penthouse.
Amenities, whatever you decide will be added to the 320. So what was sitting on top of that box that you have now is not part of that number.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Anybody else from the board?
Nope.
Mr. Paolino?
Yes, I have a few questions.
Sure.
Mr. Marchetto, you're not a broker, are you?
No. No.
No. And I'm guessing that you haven't done a study of what needs there are of a hotel in the Hudson County or New Jersey. Have you done a study?
No, but my broker has.
Oh, you talked to your broker?
Yeah, he's here. He's going to testify.
Oh, I didn't understand that.
Okay.
That was not part of your testimony today. So you're taking your broker's view, and you're just repeating it here.
And it's common knowledge that there's a housing shortage in the country.
I didn't ask about a housing shortage. I asked about a hotel.
Yes, I'm taking my broker's, and he's going to testify more clearly on that hotel.
Right.
We have
Okay.
exhibits for that.
Okay. Let's go to affordable housing, which you raised before. There's nothing in this redevelopment plan that calls for affordable housing, is there?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And you're smart enough to know, I'm certain of this, I know personally, that the requirement of a affordable housing obligation is a function of an inclusionary zoning ordinance. Is that right?
It can be, yes.
Well, in this case,
Well, I'm going to object to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
the legal conclusion was already made when you said that it's going to be affordable housing.
How is that a legal conclusion?
It's a conclusion.
Gentlemen, let's address all objections to the board, and so it'll be ruled. Can we move to questioning the witness about his specific testimony?
Yes.
He testified that there was an affordable housing component in the residential proposal.
Right.
That's what he testified to.
And I asked whether or not that component was calculated on the basis of an inclusionary zoning ordinance.
Can you answer the question? Do you know?
I calculated it based on 15%, which I believe is the rate for this area.
And
fair enough.
And just to repeat, in the redevelopment plan, there is no requirement for affordable housing.
That's correct.
Okay. Let's talk about the box, the two boxes. So when you calculated the heights of the buildings, is that what the heights are set forth in the redevelopment plan? What are the heights specified in the redevelopment plan?
The first two floors can be 25 feet, and the additional floors up to 20, there's 18 of them, can be up to 15 feet from floor to floor.
That's up to. Is there a minimum?
No minimum.
It's not between 10 and 15?
It can be. It's the maximum of 15.
I mean, under the plan.
No, it says a maximum of 15 feet per floor.
Does not the plan refer to 10 to 15 feet as a floor-to-ceiling height?
You can build 10 to 15, but you asked me how I established the maximum height.
No, I didn't ask that.
I thought you did.
What I'm asking is, does the plan set forth a span of height that it could be?
It does.
And that's between 10 and 15 feet?
That's right.
Okay. Have you designed any hotels in Jersey City?
I have not, no.
Have you designed any hotels anywhere in New Jersey?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of any hotels in which the floor-to-ceiling height is 15 feet?
No.
So what you've done, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to give a misimpression here. What you've done is you've taken the maximum amount that the floor-to-ceiling height could be, the maximum amount, which is 15, and you've spread it across 16 stories plus the additional tower to come up with a total height, 25, 25, 15 for each of the stories, and then 15 for the tower above that, right?
That's right.
And you get to a full height of what?
320 feet.
Okay. If you were building a 10-foot ceiling on a residential building, would that be about 320 feet?
It would be lower.
Be lower than 320 feet. Okay. So what you've done is, by creating the box, as you say, is not calculate what a hotel would be, but what the boundaries of that would be.
I calculated what the zoning allows that building to be as a maximum height. And that's the zoning top, the height that's allowed in the district.
But you did that by expanding the floor to ceiling on a hotel, right? But you've never seen a hotel of that size.
I'm going to object.
You've never, I'll take the word seen back.
Well, it was actually expand, I was objecting to.
I'm sorry.
Expand.
Well,
You said you took the floor height and expanded.
question, you're going to reword
I'll rework he's making the calls here. So when you expanded it to the maximum amount. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Same objection.
The
One second,
maximum
Mr.
amount
Polino.
of
Mr.
the
Polino, one
maximum-
second. 1 second, because I don't want to ruin your question. Mr. Marchetto, you have to allow counsel to object and allow me to rule on any objection before you answer the question. So,
Okay.
In calculating your height under the redevelopment plan, you utilized a maximum floor to ceiling height.
Maximum allowable floor to ceiling height, yes.
But I'm sorry, did I interrupt you?
Well, I was going to say, there's no reason you couldn't build a hotel 15 feet with a different flooring system. And by the way, they wrote this plan 23 years ago. Who knew then that you wouldn't be building hotels with 15 feet ceilings back then, right? I mean, it's possible within the next couple of years, there'll be a reason to build a 15-foot floor-to-floor hotel. So I think it's possible. I think you can build a structure out of steel that requires more floor-to-ceiling space, and you could have a desirable hotel with a tall ceiling height. That doesn't make a difference. I think the zoning says this was the envelope that you can build in, and so that's what we used as our envelope.
Just bear with me a minute.
While he does that, I have to place an objection on the record. And my objection is, it seems that Mr. Pelino is attacking the redevelopment plan that was adopted back in 2001. His arguments are whether a hotel with 15-foot floors can be built or cannot be built. That was already decided by the planning board and the mayor and council back in 2001. He's basically re-arguing something that was approved almost 23 years ago.
overruled counsel. Counsel is cross-examining the witness as to how he set the 320-foot number that he testified to. Your next question, Mr. Polino.
What's are you familiar with the various heights that are set forth in the redevelopment plan for buildings?
Generally,
And this building is what's called an L building, right?
yes,
And that's a 16-story building.
yes,
There's an XL building.
yes.
What's the height of that? What's the number of stories?
I think
in an
it's
XL
30,
building?
I have to look. I believe it's 32.
I was hoping I'd be able to give that to you, and I will in a second. As soon as I see all the.
You said it was in the ordinance.
This is public record. It's the ordinance, which you may have marked already, the redevelopment plan.
Show it to council.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe this was uploaded by the city.
Okay.
Show it to me. It appears to be a portion of another document.
Uploaded by the planning division.
Yes, that's correct. It was uploaded by staff.
Is it the entire document?
It appears so, yes.
Okay. We're going to mark it as 01. Mr. Polino?
Well, sure, I'm going to show you what's marked 01 by Mr. Lampe. So an L-class building, which is what the hotel is listed as, is a 16-story building, and a 32-story building is marked as an XL building. Is that right?
That is correct.
What would be the height of an XL building? But, withdraw that question. Under the redevelopment plan, could an XL building take advantage of the maximum floor-to-ceiling heights that you just talked about?
Yeah, as they're specified for the XL class, yes.
Right. And if you, calculated, if you did your arithmetic and calculated 32 stories at 15 feet floor to ceiling, how high would the building be?
I didn't do that. I didn't do that math. Yeah, I didn't.
You want me to give you a calculator? Would that help?
Mr. Lampe, Mr. Marchetto's testimony was that the proposed structure will not exceed the height of the permitted hotel. So I don't see how this line of questioning is relevant.
Counsel, if you do the math, Mr. Marchetto can confirm the math that you do, but he's not here to do the math for you.
A 32-story building at 15 feet from floor to ceiling. I calculated that, comes out to 480 feet.
Very good.
At a 10-story building, how tall would that be? At a 10-foot floor to ceiling, how tall would that building be on a per-story basis?
Do you understand the
could do
question?
math on that.
I don't really understand the question.
So
Okay.
if you had a 480-foot tall building with a 10-foot floor to ceiling, how many stories would the building be? This is not, this is kind of basic stuff.
I still don't understand your question.
Okay. If I tell you that at 10 feet floor to ceiling for a building that's 480 feet high, the average height of the building would be 48 stories.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Didn't sound like one.
Okay. Is that correct?
A 10-story, 48-story building at 10 feet each is 480 feet. Is that the question?
Yeah.
Okay, then yes.
Does that work?
Does it work for who?
No. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
10 times 48 is 480.
That's what I was getting at.
That's what I was getting at.
And actually, the building that you're proposing under your amendment could go at least as high as that. Is that correct?
No, the building we're proposing is 32 stories.
I don't mean the building that you're proposing as a site plan project, but under the plan with the amendment that you're proposing could at least come up to the same height as that. L building could go as high as an XL building. Is that correct?
I don't understand the question, Mr. Polino. Let's make
Well, that's
it,
the problem.
let's make it clearer.
Is it true? Do you agree? How's that? Do you agree that an L building and an XL building, as under your calculation, could be exactly the same height?
You could build a smaller building, yes, but that's not what we're proposing here.
That's not what I'd asked.
You're-
I asked is if you had an L building and an XL building and you used 15 feet from floor to ceiling on the XL building, on the L building, wouldn't that equal a 10-foot height floor to ceiling on an XL building? So that functionally an L building and an XL building would be exactly the same height.
Counsel, those aren't questions. That's argumentative.
I keep asking, isn't that correct?
That doesn't. They're compound questions. So let's.
I think this is cross.
It is cross.
Right.
The witness isn't following the cross, counsel.
Okay, I'll do it
I'm
again.
trying to help you.
Let me do it again. It's easy. It's not hard. An L building calculated at 15 feet, floor to ceiling, would be the same as an XL building calculated at 10 feet, floor to ceiling.
I don't know. I'd have to do the math and draw it up before I knew that. I haven't drawn that drawing, and I haven't designed that building.
You need to do the math.
You need to do the math. I think.
I did the math. I told you what it was.
Okay.
Okay. Did you take into consideration, or did it come into your consideration, that this is this lot is a condoed lot?
I'm going to object. What's that got to do? Sustain the objection.
On what basis?
This is outside the scope of direct. There was no mention of how ownership to the fee was held? Not testified to, counsel.
He allocated locations on a lot. He had the Vantage buildings and then the proposed project building.
He said that those buildings exist. Yes.
The general law is that one building per lot. So I asked him whether he considered the condominium structure to be part
Counsel,
of
I
this
don't know
consent-
what the general law means. But
Okay.
this isn't a debate between you and me.
No,
so-
it isn't. And I think you and I will both agree what the general law is. So if you want me to withdraw that question, okay.
Thank you.
I don't think I have any more questions for the architect.
Next witness,
Wait,
counsel.
wait, I said I don't think I do. Hold on. Hold on.
That 35 minutes is not looking good.
Well, you're making it longer.
It's not me, pal.
That's all.
Thank you, counsel.
I do
Thank
have
you.
some redirect. I don't know if you want me to do it now or if you want to open up to the public.
No.
Do
Let's
it now?
redirect now, please.
Okay, sure. Mr. Marchetto, Mr. Pelino asked you questions with respect to knowledge you obtained through a broker. And it dealt with whether a hotel is marketable at the site to be built. Forget about any conversations you may have had. This redevelopment plan was adopted in 2001, right?
Yes.
And it called for a hotel in 2001, correct?
Yes.
Has a hotel ever been built at the site in the past 23 years?
No.
Is it still vacant?
Yes, it is.
Did the fact that a hotel has not been built as a permitted use over the past 23 years factor into your determination and your opinions that you gave tonight?
Yes.
Mr. Pelino also asked you questions about 32 stories at 15 feet. Is it not true that the proposal is not a 32-story residential at 15 feet, but rather a residential structure that shall not exceed the height of the permitted hotel?
That's exactly correct.
And Mr. Pelino also asked you questions about an L building and an XL building and the categories and if you have 10 feet and 48-story old stuff. But what he didn't ask you was, what's the height of the roofs, the mechanicals, towers, the first floor and the second floor, because there would be a lobby. Those will all go into consideration when you design a project, do they not?
Yes, they do.
And those can all change the factors and the calculations, would they not?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness. I would just reserve the right to recall him as a rebuttal witness after the objectors put on their experts.
Understood, counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Marchetto.
Thank you.
My next witness is Adam Zweibel.
To move to the slides, just hit to the right
Okay,
button.
perfect.
There's your slide.
Great.
You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
For the record, can you state your name?
Adam Zweibel, A-D-A-M, Zweibel, Z as in zoo, W-E-I-B as in boy, E-L.
Good evening. Can you please provide the board with the benefit of your educational background?
I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm a graduate of undergraduate from University of Michigan in '03, and that's all.
And do you hold any professional licenses?
Yes, New Jersey real estate salesperson for nearly 10 years.
And it's in good standing?
Yes.
And who are you presently employed by?
Hudson Atlantic Realty Advisors. We're a commercial brokerage company. My partner is Jeffrey Otto.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
I started the company about 2.5 years ago after leaving the predecessor, which I was at for nearly 7 years.
And who was that?
Gebro Hammer.
And what were your duties and responsibilities at your prior employment?
To represent sellers and connect them with buyers, broker transactions, market properties, and become an expert in the multifamily and commercial real estate aspects throughout New Jersey.
And does that differ in any way from your present employment?
No.
And if you had to estimate, how much money in sales transactions have you closed?
Over 10 years, 2 to 3 billion.
And what about the number of apartment units that were sold? How many were you involved in?
Upwards of 100,000.
And do you hold any industry awards?
I've been noted as the CoStar Power Broker a number of years in a row, Salesperson of the Year for my previous company, and also 40 under 40 many years in a row before I turned 40, and then other just notorieties in media throughout my career.
So,
And-
counsel, we're qualifying this witness as a broker?
As a real estate expert and a market demand.
Okay, I think we're satisfied. You're qualified, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Polino?
Have you ever appeared before a planning board before?
No.
Mr. Polino, we do need you to speak into the mic, please.
Have you ever appeared before a planning board before?
No.
Have you ever testified as a planner before?
No.
He's not a planner.
Are you testifying?
You said, have you testified as a planner before?
That's right, that's my question.
So it's an objection. He's not providing testimony as a planner, so go ahead, Mr.
Real
Polino.
estate expert, I have no objections.
Okay,
Thank you.
That's what we qualified him as.
Thank you.
Counsel, let's keep the direct within the scope of that
Oh, it's going to be
expertise,
quick.
please.
I have a planner next to who will testify to planning. Did you do any preparation with in respect for your testimony here tonight?
I did.
And can you tell us what that entailed?
We have access to CoStar, which is up-to-date market research, and we ran a number of reports to help support our position.
Thank you. And did you look at sales?
We did not look at sales.
Did you examine the demand in the area for hotel versus residential?
That's correct, yes.
And in your preparation of your testimony for tonight, did you prepare any documents or exhibits?
Yes, I have 3 documents.
Yes. If we could bring them up, I believe the first one may be up on the board.
Oh, looks like they might be out of order. Okay, we'll start with.
We could go to order.
We'll go to order. Okay, so let's start with. Let's start with this one.
Oh, let's mark it first. A6. Can you describe what that exhibit is?
Yeah, so this shows since 2000 the Jersey City waterfront hotels that were delivered and how many rooms were delivered since then, which is 1,891 rooms that were built since the year 2000 and delivered.
So can you just briefly walk the board through this? So since 2001, since the adoption of the Liberty Harbor North redevelopment plan, is it fair to conclude, or is it your testimony that 8 hotels have been built since then?
That's correct.
And you've identified the hotels here in the list, correct?
Correct.
And you identify the year and how many rooms each one has?
That's correct.
And you identify the total amount of hotel rooms that have been built since the Liberty Harbor North redevelopment plan has been adopted, right?
That's correct.
And what is that number?
1891.
Okay. So do you have an opinion with respect to the market demand for a hotel as it currently exists at the site versus what it was back in 2001 when the Liberty Harbor North redevelopment plan was adopted?
Yes, you have a plethora of rooms that were delivered into a very condensed area, which you can tell by, if you look at the last 5 years of hotels that were delivered, only 2 were actually delivered. And that only equates to nearly, you have the 89 plus 211. So you have 300 of the 1891 were delivered in the last 5 years. So that in of itself also shows the slowing supply that's coming online, given the amount of rooms that had been delivered right after the redevelopment plan.
So is it your opinion that the purpose of the redevelopment plan with respect to a hotel at this site and this area has been satisfied by these 8 hotels that have been built since 2001?
Yes, and further, like I had mentioned before, the slowing on the deliveries since in the last 5 years is a testament to the lack of demand that's required.
Thank you. And did you also perform a demand with respect to residential units and availability in the area?
Yes, I'd like to move to the next slide, which is a map that covers 37 properties.
1 second. A7?
Yes.
Property map and list. A7 property map and list report, does this have a date on it?
It's in the PowerPoint that was submitted.
Your 25 slides.
It's in there.
I have it here.
We're going to mark it as A7, council, and we're going to date it today, 2/6/2024. And we'll note for the record that it's contained within the 25 slides that were marked as A3.
Now, Adam, you prepared this document?
I did.
Just as well as the document before that, right?
Yes.
Can you please briefly walk the board through this document?
Yeah, so this shows a plot of all of the residential multifamily properties that had been delivered since only 2010. And what I found compelling is the low vacancy factor that remains. You can't get much lower than a 3% actual vacancy factor on a property just from natural tuition and turnover. So you're nearly at full capacity here
When it comes to residential.
when it comes to residential.
And let's just do some quick numbers. I don't know if you need to go to the next slide or if you can do
Yeah,
it.
so this is the plot of the maps, and if you go over here, this is the list of those actual apartment buildings as well.
Okay, if we could.
A8.
A8.
Availability and vacancy building list. If I understood the witness's testimony, what's shown on the availability and vacancy building list are the actual data for those points identified on the map.
Correct. And we'll just walk through some brief numbers and I'll be done with this witness. Quickly, there are 36 buildings, I believe, identified in this document, correct?
Yes.
And out of that, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe 13,707,200 existing rentable square feet exist in the downtown area, correct?
Correct.
Out of that, only 47,178 square feet are vacant. Am I correct?
According to the report, yes.
And out of that, only 39,312 square feet are available. Is that not correct?
Correct.
Now, what does that vacancy rate come to?
It comes to it's a very low vacancy factor. It ends up being close to 3%.
So out of almost 14 million square feet of existing rentable space in the downtown area, only 3% is vacant?
Correct.
Now, as a expert in the field of real estate, do you have an opinion with respect to market demand for a hotel at the site and as well as an opinion with respect to residential at the site?
Yeah, I think the data speaks more or less to itself. You could see the amount of units that were rooms that came online since the redevelopment plan was enacted, and the tapering off of the deliveries of the hotel rooms, and as residential towers and buildings were continuing to be built in the same geography, the vacancy factor remained very, very low and continues to suggest that more supply is needed.
I have no further questions for this witness.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your last name completely.
Zweibel.
Zweibel. Mr. Zweibel, do you have an opinion on on residential construction in Jersey City?
In what capacity?
as a real estate expert. Is residential still as hot as it's been before?
Yes.
Okay. So if you built a residential structure alone on this location, that would be consistent with your opinion.
Yes.
Would your opinion vary if the heights of the residential building were 16 stories as opposed to 32 stories? Would it still be as attractive at 16 stories?
I would say that the taller is more valuable if you have higher floors and higher.
Be less likely to be rented if it's shorter building than a taller building. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think you probably get higher rents and maybe higher value and thus higher demand for better views and higher elevation.
Okay. Have you ever been consulted by the Jersey City Planning Division for expertise?
No.
Has any planning division or department in New Jersey consulted you for your real estate expertise?
No.
Have you ever been involved in the creation of a redevelopment plan?
No.
Have you ever testified before a planning board for a site plan?
No.
You may have answered that one already.
I think I did.
I have no other questions.
Thanks.
I have nothing further for him.
Okay,
Thank you.
anybody from the board?
Thank you.
Don't go anywhere yet, please.
Oh, sorry. I apologize.
Anybody from the board? No, sir. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Sorry.
My final witness is my planner, John McDonough.
Yes, I do. Sure. Hi, everyone. John McDonough, MC, capital D-O-N-O-U-G-H, and I'm the project planner.
Mr. McDonough, good evening. Good to see you in
Good evening,
person
Mr.
finally.
Chairman.
And obviously, we've qualified you in the past. Your license is current tonight as a planner?
Current and good standing, yes.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Paolino, do you have any objection to Mr. McDonough? Okay, thank you. You're qualified, sir.
Thank you. Mr. McDonough, can you tell the board what documents you reviewed in preparation for your testimony this evening?
Sure. Obviously, we reviewed the Liberty Harbor North redevelopment plan, which, as you've heard, has been in effect for now 20-plus years. We've reviewed the city master plan, the 2021 land use element. We've reviewed the housing element, and of course, the goals and objectives of the redevelopment plan itself, and the amendments that are put forth this evening.
And you're familiar with the site, correct?
Correct.
Can you briefly describe the site for the board?
Sure. So we're looking at, again, the southern portion of the Liberty Harbor North redevelopment plan. This particular area involves a single tax lot, block 15907, lot number 3, as you heard through Dean's testimony at the outset. It involves a entire city block, and I put on some exhibits. These part of the overall packet?
Yes, it was submitted.
Okay. A1?
No, A1 was the notice. A3 was the slides.
The slideshow.
Okay, so A3, we've put together a slideshow, and I'm now looking at what I believe is 5 planning exhibits that we put forth for the property location at 155 Marin Boulevard. Again, you can see the dominant feature in the landscape from a pure physical planning standpoint are the 2 45-story towers. The subject area that's being impacted by these changes is that void that you see in between the 2 towers. The changes would yield a 32-story building, which would be smaller than the 2 towers, adjacent to what is immediately south of the subject location, where we're looking at the Tidewater Basin District that mandates 30-story buildings, mandates 30-story buildings. So this is clearly an infill development, as you'll see as we advance the screen here. We're looking in this view, looking to the west, away from the water. And again, we've got the former canal on the left there. We've got looking to the east and the magnificent views. One of the reasons why height is found here throughout the city and why height makes good planning sense here. as an infill development that's going to be surrounded by significant massing and a plan that wants to encourage height at this location. And then spinning around, looking back to the south, looking at the marina, it is good urban planning to concentrate people around water and around amenities, around parks. You've got Liberty State Park immediately to the south of this property. And of course, it is good planning to concentrate people around these amenities. It is a transit-rich area with access to the light rail, with access to the ferry as well, and of course, all of the other mass transit opportunities, accessibility, walkability to the many shopping and entertainment amenities in the area as well. That is the reason why this area was targeted as a center in the first place. Importantly, the redevelopment plan comprises 84 acres. It is a massive redevelopment plan and has not a single drop of affordable housing associated with it. We have a redeveloper here that is ready, willing, and able to contribute to the affordable housing obligation that is mandated in your IZO. If it's debatable whether that is legally required or not, this board certainly has the purview to make that recommendation to your governing body, that it gets put in as a footnote. You have heard a commitment here about a 15% set-aside commitment, which will pull affordable housing into the center of the city. We know it is not good planning to put low-income housing out there or persons of low income out there, but to pull and create opportunities for persons of low income to share the same amenities in the same locations as those that can afford market rate housing. And that's exactly what this inclusionary housing development does. It will be the first one in this 84-acre redevelopment district that provides for affordable housing. And we think that's very significant in terms of the changes that are being proposed to the redevelopment plan. In terms of the two key aspects for the board to consider in terms of impact, obviously we're always concerned with neighborhood sensitivity and what these changes would do to the surrounding landscape and the surrounding developed properties. I think you have two key pieces of evidence to give the board comfort that these changes will not cause substantial harm to any of the surrounding area, and also not cause substantial impairment to the intent and purpose of your redevelopment plan and the underlying master plan language as well. Proof positive number one, from a physical planning standpoint, you've got those two models over there that Dean Marchetto put forth, that the massing of the proposed building will not exceed what is allowed under the redevelopment plan currently. So from a pure form-based standpoint, there's absolutely no change or impact on any of the adjacent properties. The second part, from the physical, is to look at the fiscal impact or the market impact, as you've just heard, with the saturation of hotels here over the course of now a quarter of a century, not manifesting as a hotel here. That is contrary to what redevelopment is supposed to be. The essence of redevelopment, the redevelopment law, and the redevelopment plan is to reverse stagnation. This property is sitting there in the biggest construction boom that we've seen in decades and still sits fallow. This is an opportunity not to foreclose the opportunity for a hotel there. We're not looking to eradicate it, but to optimize flexibility to accelerate or enhance the redevelopment potential of this particular piece of property that responds to market demand and a need for housing, and most importantly, a need for affordable housing, inclusionary housing here where the amenities presently exist. From a planning standpoint, you've got good, common, practical, physical, and fiscal reasons why the board should move favorably or make a resolution of encouragement to the board to find that you are substantially consistent with the goals and objectives of the redevelopment plan and the master plan. Clearly, this is going to be an opportunity to reverse stagnation and to revitalize this vacant site. It is also going to be an opportunity to create affordable housing, which again is a realistic opportunity to create affordable housing at this location. Certainly an attractive building right overlooking the marina, and infill development that is complementary and compatible with the established area. The amendments are substantially consistent with the goals of the Jersey City Master Plan and the redevelopment plan. If we look at the actual language in your master plan, I'm going to take you right to page 176. I think it says it as good as you can say it. The city has a significant need for affordable housing, as evidenced by the lengthy waiting list for public housing and rental assistance. This need is further demonstrated by the large number of renters, 36%, who pay more than 30% of their income for housing. The city has made addressing the need for affordable housing a priority in order to promote residential stability. The city should encourage the continued development of a variety of housing ranging from affordable to moderate income and market rate units through set-aside requirements in new development, designation of affordable units within existing housing stock, and preservation of naturally occurring affordable units. This is an opportunity here. This is a realistic opportunity to advance that goal and purpose of the master plan, and that's your 2021 element, page 176. Likewise, the redevelopment plan itself envisions the revitalization and transformation of this former industrial area. We've seen that transformation begin. This is an opportunity to continue that trend and advance that goal of the redevelopment plan as well. And then finally, we look at your housing plan, which is chock full of references to providing affordable housing again and housing for all persons. So we see substantial consistency with the housing plan, with the land use element of the master plan, and of course in furtherance of the redevelopment plan. This is not going to hurt the redevelopment plan. This is not going to hurt the district, but improve the district and create a realistic opportunity to revitalize this site. With that, I think you have good evidence to move favorably on the proposal and the petition before the board.
Just a couple of follow-up questions. So this site is located 1 block from the ferry and also 1 block from the light rail, right?
It is, yes.
And can you tell the board some of the benefits of affordable housing? And correct me if I'm wrong, but does diversity does affordable housing promote diversity?
Yes. One of the fundamental goals of planning in the municipal land use law, which is really the cornerstone of why this city and municipalities in New Jersey get to zone in the first place, under NJSA 40:55D-2, subsection G, is to provide for a variety of uses, including a variety of housing types, according to the needs of all New Jersey citizens. And these amendments are spot on with that fundamental purpose.
And it allows low-income residents to live in areas that they would not otherwise be able to afford. Is that not correct?
That's correct, yes.
And here we're providing or proposing 45 affordable units. Correct?
That is correct. And again, these are going to be inclusionary. This is not going to be a segregated development. It is going to be part of the market rate units, sharing with all of the amenities that would be in that building and available to all the people who will live in this building.
And I just want to briefly run through some of the sections of the Jersey City Master Plan land use element dated November 2021. Santo, I'm not sure if you want to mark this or not. It is the city's master plan. The board could take notice of it, or I'll be more than happy to mark it.
It's our document. You're just going to have to call out the page numbers.
Absolutely.
And which element of the plan. This is the land use element.
This is the Jersey City Master Plan land use element dated November 2021. And I just want to bring a couple sections of this plan to the board's and to Mr. McDonough's attention. So I'm reading from page 52. It says, the city's Division of Community Development manages Jersey City's affordable housing inventory and works to preserve as well as increase the affordable housing stock throughout the city. Mr. McDonough, do you believe this project would be in compliance with the master plan in that respect?
It is spot on with that goal to provide for affordable housing stock throughout the city.
And on page 79, it provides, redevelopment is a key land use tool in New Jersey to promote revitalization of properties facing issues that are unlikely to be addressed by existing market forces. Mr. McDonough, here, this property lay vacant for over 20 years, and at minimum 23 years that we know of since the redevelopment plan has been adopted, correct?
Correct.
And would allowing residential at this site promote and further the goals of the city's master plan as well as the redevelopment plan?
Yes, pulling people into a center revitalizes that center. Certainly, the current condition of the property is not doing anything to add value or quality to the neighborhood.
And on page 85, it reads, construction of housing is booming, but cannot keep up with regional demand. Do you see that the case here, Mr. McDonough?
Again, I think that only reinforces what you just heard through our market testimony. I think we heard 3% vacancy rates with residential.
And I just want to take you briefly, which I think you touched upon, is the Jersey City Housing Plan. And I'm just going to walk you through a couple sections here. On page 7, it states, the city aims to improve the quality of life for both existing and incoming residents by expanding job opportunities, improving access to services, and increasing the availability of quality, affordable housing. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And would this project further the goals of this section?
Again, it's spot on with the goal. It is increasing the availability of quality, affordable housing, which is a written goal of the housing plan.
And on page 9, it states, residents of high rises in our super dense downtown live a transit-oriented lifestyle, tend not to own cars. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, this property, as you previously discussed, is 1 block away from the ferry and 1 block away from the light rail, correct?
Correct.
Now, would that not go hand in hand with the paragraph that I just read?
It does go hand in hand. As I said, it is good planning to concentrate people around, I'll say, urban amenities, including transit amenities.
Page 12. Jersey City's low-income population can be affected by the cost of housing throughout the city. In order to implement a strategy with provisions for affordable housing to allow all of Jersey City's residents, and then it goes on. Do you see that?
I do.
And this project furthers that goal as well, does it not?
It does, and the cost of housing hits all income levels. I think we all feel it. This is spot on with the goal for particularly the stress that's felt on low-income populations.
And my final page, page 16, it talks about the city's newly revised pilot provisions. And it states that it's incentivize development in neighborhoods that require more affordable housing. Mr. McDonough, in this redevelopment area, which is 84 acres, how many affordable housing units are there?
Presently, 0.
And the last paragraph. Jersey City is also proactively exploring private sector funding options to support affordable housing located in highly cost-burdened neighborhoods. Mr. McDonough, does that not describe our project to a T?
To a T. This is a pioneering project in the district.
Is it your opinion as a professional planner that the proposal here tonight furthers the purposes of the master plan and the housing plan?
And the redevelopment plan, yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Council. Any questions from the board before cross? Nope. Okay. Paulino? I assume so.
Mr. McDonough, how are you?
Hi, Mr. Paulino.
Are you familiar with the inclusionary zoning ordinance in Jersey City?
Yes.
Are you aware that the inclusionary, the IZO ordinance is triggered by an amendment to a redevelopment plan if it adds units, residential units?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Do you know whether or not this amendment compels the construction of affordable housing?
I'd have to look at specific footnotes that are in the plan. If it doesn't, certainly the board can make that recommendation as part
Well,
of a
I know
resolution.
that. I know that. But what I'm asking you is whether or not the developer must provide affordable housing here.
I don't know that.
You wouldn't disagree if I told you the inclusionary zoning ordinance does require that.
I won't disagree.
And you also know that affordable housing is not a requirement directly of this redevelopment amendment. Is that correct?
There's a footnote in there. I'd have to look and see exactly what that footnote refers to. It's on, it's on the bottom of the capacity summary. It is a footnote that references a settlement. I'm not sure exactly what that settlement refers
You're not
to.
familiar with the settlement?
No.
Do you know whether the settlement requires the construction of affordable housing in this location?
I'm not familiar with the settlement. I don't know if it's folded into that, and as I said, if it's not there, the board could certainly put it in there.
Does the footnote refer to affordable housing?
I don't know. It refers to a court case.
Well, then I'm confused as to why you refer to it now in response to my question as to affordable housing.
You asked me if it's mandated in the plan, and I said it could be under that court case. I'm not familiar.
So you're guessing.
I'm surmising.
It might be there.
Yes.
But you don't.
If it's not there, it could be there.
Okay. Could be there.
Could be.
You also testified that, by the way, a 16-story, not a 32-story, 16-story, that could also provide affordable housing and meet all of the policy requirements that you pointed out earlier, wouldn't it?
I don't think so. It's less. It provides less affordable housing.
Right.
God bless you. If we have an opportunity to provide more affordable housing in the same mass that could otherwise go there, I think that's good planning to optimize the potential.
But you could, of course, then you could also ask for a much taller building and ask for an amendment that goes taller, and that would provide more affordable housing too, wouldn't it?
Again, I think the board, in sensitivity to the neighborhood, can certainly put a cap on the building height, in absolute terms, not to exceed what's permitted under the current plan.
So the board could set a height by lineal feet, right, rather than stories. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
So if there was a lineal height of 160 feet, lineal height, maximum height of 160 feet, and you had a floor-to-ceiling span of 10 feet, that would meet the requirement of that such a regulation, right?
I think that would fly in the face of making an amendment to a redevelopment plan, which lessens the development potential. The reason we make amendments to a redevelopment plan is to increase development potential on a site that has failed to manifest redevelopment under the current scheme.
Oh.
We're trying to incentivize development here, not de-incentivize.
And you testified that, and your understanding is that for the last 20 years, is that correct? 20 years, this project has lain fallow. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's my term.
Yes.
No development has taken place.
Correct.
Do you know why that's happened? Do you know whether it was some market issue or some location issue or some other issue?
I don't know.
So you don't know what it's caused by. All you know is a hotel was spotted for this location, and you just think that something else would work better than a hotel now.
All I know is what I know. I look at the site that's been there for 25 years, and it's never been developed with a hotel.
Or anything else.
a hotel was mandated here. It had to be a hotel.
Right.
We're looking to loosen the reins so that there can be something other than a hotel, but not to foreclose the opportunity. If the Golden Hotel comes along, sure, I'm sure the redeveloper would consider it.
That's an interesting point that you raised. Is hotel not a permitted use with this amendment?
No, hotel is a permitted use.
Where else in the plan would there be a hotel?
I would have to look. There's other blocks where a hotel is permitted.
Yeah, I'd like you to point it out to me.
I'm looking at the capacity summary.
I think you should be looking at the use, right?
Well, I'm looking at the square footage. There's 40,000 square feet in what's identified as block 5.1.
Well, that could be anything, right? That doesn't have to be a hotel.
Well, it specifically says 40,000 square feet for a hotel. There's a table of uses.
In
retail.
what location?
Again, block number 5.1.
Is it? Can you look at the regulating height plan?
Yep, I'm there.
Does it indicate a hotel as it did for block 24?
Yes.
It indicates a hotel.
That is
Under the-
incorrect. It does not indicate a hotel on block
It does not.
5.1. There's another icon on there that might cause confusion, but you need to go to the legend, sir.
Can you restate the question?
I asked, I think my first question was, is there another location that has a permitted use for a hotel in this redevelopment area?
And as I read the plan, I'm seeing a table. I'd have to go back and look that shows 40,000 square feet in, I believe it's block 5.1.
And I asked you to look at the regulating heights and uses, and does it show it?
I don't see it on that table, on that graphic.
Is it important for a redevelopment plan? You're a planner, right? I know that.
Yeah.
Is it important for a redevelopment plan to be very clear about its definitions?
Yes.
So you would agree, I take it then, if I said, and there's a L building that's permitted, and in another location, an XL building is permitted, and in another location, an XXL building is permitted, that those should be different kinds of buildings or heights. If L, XL, and XXL refers to heights.
In my view,
I'm going to object to the extent that Mr. Palino is characterizing height versus stories. He's telling you that a particular category refers to a particular height, where in fact, if you look at your redevelopment plan, it actually talks about the number of stories, not height. That's what he spent 10 minutes before looking for.
Polino asked the question. It's an appropriate question, so I'm going to overrule the objection. Mr. McDonough, can you answer the question?
yes, I do not see a height limitation in the regulating plan. I see a number of stories limitation.
Well, that doesn't, I'm now confused.
I'm not trying to be,
It's okay. I know who you are. What I'm trying to ask, apparently ineffectively, is there's a difference between an L, an XL, and an XXL building. Is that right?
yes, in terms of the
No,
number of
I'll
stories.
use Mr. Asturian's language, and the difference is really the number of stories,
Yes,
which could also be translated into different heights, right? That's what stories are, heights.
I don't know that that's necessarily true from a planning standpoint.
From a planning standpoint.
Typically, we would classify height by an absolute number. Number of stories could relate to intensity of use. There may be a restriction on the number of stories based on intensity. Here, you're looking at a hotel of a certain number of stories and comparable residential with more stories.
So you're saying that if you talk about it in terms of stories, it's a confusing definition? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it's a different way of regulating building size.
Okay, but Mr. McDonough, when a plan sets forth an L building, an XL building, and an XXL building, it means different kinds of buildings, right?
It does mean different building types.
And the difference here is, among other things, is the number of stories.
That is correct.
And that could translate to heights.
Apparently, it doesn't translate to heights based
it
on the
does-
analogy that you've seen here through Mr. Marquetto's.
And that may be the problem, right? That's not a
That's
question.
my
I withdraw the question.
That's my solution.
I withdraw the question. That's all I have.
I'll be real quick. So with respect to his last line of questioning with stories versus height, let me give you a hypothetical. 9 feet could be a story, right?
Yes.
And 3 stories at 9 feet comes out to what?
27.
27 feet. Now, 15 feet can also be a story, right?
Yes.
2 stories at 15 feet comes out to what?
30.
So, 30 feet. So under that scenario, 2 stories is actually taller than 3 stories, right?
Yes.
So is it therefore fair to conclude that Mr. Paolino's conclusion with respect to stories equals an increase in height is inaccurate?
It is inaccurate.
Thank you.
Now I'm really confused.
Oh, whoa, Mr. Polino, you don't just get to ask additional questions.
Don't I have cross-examination rights?
He just rehabilitated after your cross. You want Sir Cross?
I want
Sir
recourse.
Cross.
I want no. I want recross.
You have to ask for it.
Can I have recross? I
Yes.
didn't know I had to ask for it. This is
Yes,
a
you
trial
can.
court. It stopped being a trial court. May I have recourse?
Yes, please.
Now I'm confused. Mr. McDonough, I apologize for my confusion. You said earlier that definitions make a difference here, right? They have to be clear in a redevelopment plan.
Yes.
So what Mr. Asadorian was proposing to you was confusion between different definitions or characteristics of buildings based on stories rather than lineal feet, right?
Yes.
And does that not create confusion?
It's an open-ended question. I don't understand it.
Is it confusing in this plan?
No, I think I think the plan is pretty clear about what they are regulating is the number of stories.
Okay. No more questions.
Can I have redirect?
Gotta ask him.
The answer is no. And we can move on to the next witness.
Anybody from the board have any follow-up?
No, sir. I have no further witnesses.
Mr. Paolino, you're going to call witnesses?
I'm sorry. Two.
Couldn't see those.
Two.
Okay. Yeah, Mike, you want to?
Okay. You want? I can do a break now.
We're taking a break, Mr. Polino.
Okay, we'll be back in 5-ish.
But, I mean, I definitely want kids. Of course. And I'm very traditional when it comes to like the marriage and the man and the woman. However, I've actually changed that a lot. Because, I mean, over the last 20 years, but it's things are different now. And the other thing is, like, what's his name? Oh, I can't stand.
Let's go before these lawyers get mad at us.
Unbelievable. Unreal. Sorry. That's a no-no.
Let's go on the record.
Yeah.
Okay, could we come to order, please, everybody?
Mr. Polino, just before you call your first witness. Mr. McDonough, I need you to go back to the actual proposed amendments to the plan and lay them out. We've had all this testimony, but I need to see black on white for purposes of the record, the actual verbiage that's proposed to change within the document.
And I'll just say again for the record, John McDonough on recall here. It was part of the slide deck. I jumped off too quickly. But I'll go through, it's 5 pages of changes to the redevelopment plan. I'll take it from here, Dean. Thank you. Okay, actually, the first page, which is up on the screen now, does this have to be marked as a new exhibit, Greg? Or is this under A3?
We marked this already, yeah. We
Okay.
marked it.
All right, so this is part of the packet that's been uploaded.
Hold on, Mr. McDonough. That's what's marked. That's the problem.
No, this is not what we marked, it's just my copy.
Sure you want to do that?
I made the changes,
There's a version that has a red line.
And that is not what is on the screen. Everybody step back away from the dais.
For the first page, John, wait.
Stop.
Oh, one.
Mr. McDonough, what's up on the screen? Is that part of the slide package?
Yes.
Who's doing that? Who's controlling the
I
screen?
was just looking to see how many slides were in the deck. That's all. There's 5.
Go back to what you just had as the cover sheet.
Cover sheet on the screen.
Can I see the bar?
The bar,
The toolbar up on top of the screen. This is a slide deck?
Dean, can you help me with this?
This what you're looking for?
Yep. I'm looking at the number of slides.
26.
All right. Can you see this, Mr. Polino? Mr. Ward, can you see it? This was A3, yes. Yes, counsel. Yes, Mr. Ward, you can see it?
I can see it, and it looks like there is some red line on the subsequent pages.
So now, on the portal, there is also a document that is a 5-page document. It's identified as the Liberty Harbor North RDP _ amend AMND 17, markup January 2024. That 5-page slide or document has that February 2024 in red. And that is, Mr. Polino, I believe, what you were looking at. Slide 22 of A3, the 25 slides. Can you zoom in on that, Mr. McDonough?
Is it right there? It's that thing.
Has the March 23rd, 2023 ordinance 23-021 date on it. Do we all agree?
Yes.
Mr. Polino?
Yes.
Mr. Ward?
Yes.
Mr. Asadorian?
Yes.
Do we agree or not agree that the red lines that are going to be shown on slide 22, 23, 24, and 25 are the same red line changes that are shown on the 5-page document with the February 2024 red line? Mr. Asadorian?
Yes, there's been no change.
I haven't changed it.
I've got two different documents is my problem, Mr. Asadorian. So for purposes of the record, it's got to be clear that we all agree what we're looking at.
I agree. I think the only difference is it looks like the date is updated on this one, the March 23rd, but the red lines, I believe, are all the same, which is what was submitted and uploaded to the portal.
Both of these were uploaded to the portal is
Right.
the potential for confusion. So go to Mr. McDonough. Go to 22 on the slide.
This is actually 22.
Okay, go to 23.
Which is the project description sheet.
Go to 24. Go to 25. And go to 26. Okay. Mr. Polino, I've reviewed the Liberty Harbor North redevelopment plan with the February 2024 red line against what Mr. McDonough just showed on the screen with the March 2023 date on the cover page. Is that what you're looking at, the February 2024 red line document?
The last date indicated on the document was February blank, underline 2024, with a blank ordinance number. The date before that is October 8, 2020. So if that's the same document, that's the same document. I mean,
That's the document that I'm looking at, and when I compare it to slides 22 22 through 25? Mr. McDonough?
Yes, 22 through 25.
Of A3?
Oh, I'm sorry, through 26.
Through 26.
22 through 26. 5 slides.
And is that what's up on the screen?
That is what's up on the screen. So, Mr. McDonough, if you could go back to 23. So that's the second page of what you're holding.
Yeah, that's the same. Can we go to the next page?
Yes, sir. That's why we're doing this.
This page is the same. The page up on the screen is the same page as I'm holding in my hand.
And that was slide 24. And now I'm advancing to slide 25.
The same.
And then lastly, slide 26.
The same.
Thank you, Mr. Polino. I appreciate
Not at all.
you confirming that. So, for purposes of the record, on the data portal, there is a document. It is identified as Liberty Harbor North RDP _ amend 17 markup January 20th. That particular document has a cover sheet with a revised by City Council date of October 8th, 2020, Ordinance 20-084. Underneath that is in red line, February blank 2024, Ordinance 24-blank. That document is the same as the document represented on A3 as slides 22 through 26, with the sole exception being in the A3 marking the cover sheet indicates a March 23rd, 2023 Ordinance 23-021. And we all agree that the contents of those documents are the same otherwise. So now, Mr. McDonough, if you can walk through those proposed changes to the plan that are identified in those red lines.
Thank you, Counselor. So the plan changes will impact 5 sheets. The first will be the cover sheet, which in this version does not show the red line change because we don't know when the actual adoption would be by City Council, but it does reflect the last set of changes that were adopted by Council back in March of 2023 under Ordinance 23-021. So this cover sheet will need to be changed if the amendments are passed and adopted with a new date. Second sheet of change pertains to the project description, which is a generalized description of the intent and purpose of the plan. And if you look at, there are 4 columns. If you look at the one all the way to the right, and oh, there we go. There is a notation in terms of as currently allocated, the plan provides for over 600,000 square feet of shops and approximately 500,000 square feet of hotel. We struck that and put in 300,000 square feet as a result of the reduction or taking away the mandate for hotel on the subject site. Sorry. I'm on 20.
There was other language struck in that third column, correct?
Let me see if I can zoom in.
Second full paragraph. 10th line down, the words, "and a proposed hotel site facing the marina" is
Oh,
stricken.
yes, okay, thank you for that.
Did I read that
Yes.
correctly, Mr.
Third-
McDonough?
Third column, striking out the words, "and a proposed hotel site facing the marina," yes.
Next slide.
So the next slide is a graphic that shows the regulating plan as to heights, and this is where we got into the building classifications, not changing any of the classifications, and they range again from 2 to 4 to 6 to 8 to 16, 32, and 45-story buildings. Subject site, again, in red line, we indicate remove the hatch from the area, which would denote a Class L building, and delete required hotel graphic, that's the box that you see, and we strike that in the legend as well, and change the building type graphic to Class XL, building 32 stories plus the cupola. So again, that language would effectuate the physical changes that we talked about previously. Should I stay there or advance?
Advance, please.
Okay, so now we're going to the last two slides, 25 and 26, looks at the capacity summary and then another summary that pertains to the entire redevelopment plan. And what the plan does is the rows that you see going across pertain to the various blocks. And then there are columns that look at the district or the redevelopment area as a whole in terms of housing in square feet, housing in units, other uses, and then other columns as well. We've redlined the changes particular to Block 24, which is the subject, and it's hard for me to see here, but increasing the, I believe, the number of units by 300. Oh, perfect, thank you, Dean. So we'll take it one column at a time. Under the housing in square footage, the first strike through.
How about I read it to you, Mr.
I got
McDonough?
it. Okay, go ahead.
992,500 square feet to be replaced with 1,294,900 square feet. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
Second column, 992,500 square feet, stricken and replaced with 1,294,200 square feet.
Correct.
Moving into the next category column, housing in units, 900 stricken, 1,200 replace.
Yes, an increase.
That's in the other column, and then in the total column again, 900 stricken, 1,200 replace.
To 1,309,000, yes. And then the totals below that are changed as well because it's an aggregate. Do you want me to read those changes as well?
The aggregate changes mathematically accordingly.
Yes.
Note number 3, the verbiage in the second sentence, due to the unique requirement that Block 24 must contain a hotel, the maximum unit count shall be determined exclusively by the capacity summary chart above. That language is proposed to be stricken.
Yes, again, striking the language pertaining to a hotel mandate.
And then note number 6, the required hotel on Block 24 shall contain a minimum of 150 rooms, semicolon, and shall also contain a full-service restaurant, bar, and lounge area, comma, retail services, paren, including concierge and room service, and paren, comma, meeting rooms and banquet rooms, comma, fitness center, and salon services, period. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
And then note number 6 is proposed to be changed to read, development on block 15907, comma, lot 3, comma, qualifier C0002, paren, AKA Block 15907, comma, Lot 17, comma, qualifier C002, N paren, is subject to Chapter 187 and Chapter 188 should any residential use be proposed, period. This amendment effective upon the settlement of Jersey City Redevelopment Agency, comma, plaintiff, comma, V, period, Statue of Liberty Harbor North Redevelopment Urban Renewal, comma, LLC, and EFM Transfer Agent, comma, LLC, comma, or its assigns, comma, defendants, paren, docket, number, period, HUD-L-45-21, N paren, period. Did I read that correctly?
Correct, yes.
Did you get that, Mike?
And I think that ends that slide. And then finally, last slide is what's entitled Intensity Summary, and it has a similar table to what we saw, a similar structure table to what we saw on the prior page. Council, you want to take it?
So the category is max housing, number of units, total square footage. We look at line 24. That 900 has been stricken and changed to 1,200. The 992, 500,000 square feet has been changed to 1,294, 900. Next column, maximum square footage of all uses. Again, in line 24, 1,210,000 changed to 1,309,900. Unit acre gross net, first column gross 254, changed to 339. Net 404, changed to 538. Then FAR gross and net, gross being the first column, 7.84, change to 8.49. 12.46, changed to 13.48. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And then the totals in the final row change accordingly based on those computations.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Mathematical changes.
Is there another slide?
No, there is not.
And those are the changes proposed in the actual verbiage of the redevelopment plan and what the testimony this evening was based upon, sir?
Yes.
Mr. Polino?
I have a clarity. Here, you go to the capacity summary, which is, I think, the next to last page.
Slide 25 for the record.
Council, can we get you on a microphone, please?
I'll take this one. Come back down to the lower right corner, the red language.
Yes, the footnote.
4 lines down from the top. You'll see the words, "This amendment effective upon settlement of," so forth, the name of the case.
Yes.
Does that mean this entire amendment is subject to that case?
Well, there are 3 asterisks, so it cross-references wherever the 3 asterisks are.
Number 6.
Yeah, yes. And the 3 asterisks that I see in the column all the way to the right of the capacity summary pertain only to the subject block, block 24. All the others have 2 stars. So
I concur, counsel. Do you not?
I don't, that could be the case, but that's, all we know is that the 3 asterisks refer to a number which says the required hotel on block 24 shall contain a minimum of 150 rooms and shall also contain, and it goes on.
So I disagree, counsel. The other asterisks up in the chart are 2 asterisks. The only place where the 3 asterisks appear is with respect to block number 24, and those 3 asterisks are what that footnote is connected to.
No, I don't disagree with you that the footnote relates to number 6. Right?
The footnote relates to block number 24 in the capacity summary chart only, delineated by those 3 asterisks on the far edge of the table. Which may appear a little blurry to you, counsel.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not objecting to it. The document speaks for itself.
Thank you, Mr. McDonough.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Polino.
I have just 2 witnesses, and I will. Now you make me laugh. I have just 2 witnesses, and I'm going to do this as a, without question and answer, just going to have them go through a PowerPoint that's there. So the first witness is Caroline Wu, accompanied by Alkis Klimathianos.
You're going to have to spell that for the reporter, please.
Klimathianos.
That's how I spelled it. I just wanted to see if you were going to spell it that way.
Catherine Wu. Caroline Wu.
Yes. Yes, I do. Sure. Caroline Wu, Caroline, last name Wu, W. Thank you.
Ms. Wu, by whom are you employed?
Perkins Eastman.
Do you have any licensure?
Yes, I've
What is
been licensed in New Jersey since 2017
As what?
as architect, and my license is current and in good standing.
And are you licensed in the state of New Jersey?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with the Liberty Harbor North redevelopment plan
Yes, I am.
and the proposed amendment for that plan?
Yeah.
And did you work with anybody with respect to that plan?
Yes, I work
Who is-
with Alkis.
Who is that?
Alkis. My colleague Alkis here.
Klimathianos, right?
Correct.
Are we offering her as an expert in the field
I'm
of
offering
architecture?
her as an expert. However, I'm asking that she introduce Mr. Klimathianos to describe a PowerPoint that he worked on with her supervision.
Okay, we haven't qualified Ms. Wu yet.
And I'm having him here, right?
Okay.
Counsel?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little confused.
Ms. Wu is a licensed architect that's being offered as an architect.
And maybe just a couple, have you ever been sworn in and accepted as a expert in New Jersey by either a planning board or a zoning board of adjustment?
Yes, I have been testified in other towns, but not the first time in Jersey City.
So I have no objection to this witness's qualifications.
Thank you, counsel. That's all I wanted to ask.
I guess what I'm just a little confused on is what Gene is proposing.
We're about to find out, counsel.
Fair enough.
And Ms. Wu, thank you, you're qualified.
Thank you. So I work closely with Alkis, and who's really familiar with the project is going to give a presentation of our analysis of this architecture project.
So, counsel, I suspect that this gentleman is not licensed as an architect in the state of New Jersey. Is that accurate or inaccurate?
Well, I haven't testified, but that's accurate.
Okay. So,
An architect.
all right, I got a little ahead of you, that's all.
No, I know.
Let's swear him in first.
I do. Alkis Klimathianos, Alkis, first name, last name, Klimathianos.
So here's what we're going to do, counsel. Mr. Polino's going to ask the witness some questions, but before the witness starts giving any testimony, you can raise all the issues that you have, since it's clear to me you have some concerns. Let's be gentlemen about this, Mr. Polino. Can you say that still? There's nothing wrong with that, right?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Mr. Klimathianos, can you tell the panel or the board your background?
I'm an architect, licensed architect in New York. I received my Bachelor of Architecture at Pratt Institute in Brooklyn in 1998, and received my Master's of Architecture at the University of Pennsylvania in 2003.
And have you worked on other projects before?
Yes, of course.
Have you appeared before a planning board before?
In New York.
Have you appeared before this planning board?
No, I have not.
Did you work on this project with Caroline Wu?
Yes, I did.
I'm offering Mr. Kliamathos to go through a PowerPoint that was prepared by him at the supervision of Ms. Wu.
I'm still not sure if he's being offered as a fact witness or as a licensed architect.
Being offered as an expert in architecture under the direction of Miss Wu's New Jersey license, as he is not licensed here in the state of New Jersey, he is licensed in the state of New York.
And I think that poses a problem. I cannot practice law in another state, and an architect cannot practice architecture in another state. It's axiomatic, it's self-evident. Since Ms. Wu is here, and since she's a licensed architect, why hasn't she testified to this? He clearly does not qualify. Why subject this board and everybody else to a possible appeal when you have a witness who's not qualified to provide testimony in this state? I don't know why Ms. Wu can't do it. Mr. Polino, do you want to respond
I don't know
to
when
that?
Mr. Asadorian took over my case, but I can only tell you that it is a common practice before this board, and I've seen it a number of times, whereas as long as a New Jersey licensed architect is supervising another architect, licensed or not, in the state of New Jersey, that architect may testify, especially going through a PowerPoint prepared by him.
Chairman, that is a practice that we engage in here regularly.
It is.
So I see no reason why not let the gentleman proceed, and the board will weigh the testimony.
I agree.
Thank you, counsel.
Mr. Klimathiasos, can I call you Alkis?
Sure, sure. Yeah, please do. And I'm sorry for the name and the.
No, don't
the
be.
additional
No,
time
don't be.
trying
It's
to
your
spell
name.
it.
Don't
It's
ever
been a long day.
apologize for your name.
So,
Would you go through the PowerPoint,
Yes,
which
yes, of
we are
course.
going to mark?
of course. Just for
And
the
I want
record,
you to call the witness by his name.
Last name.
We'll be here. We have a 35-minute.
We're past that.
So,
02 is your PowerPoint. How many slides is it, sir?
17 with the title page.
And is there a date on the title page?
January 23rd, 2024.
Thank you. 02.
Alkis, for purposes of moving this quickly, could you go through the PowerPoint, just describe what each shows?
Sure. Actually, table of contents. I'm going to skip through these 2 pages or 3 pages because we all know where the site is and what we're talking about with regards to the amendment and the site. I will settle on this page here. Can everybody see it?
We can.
Well, there is an excerpt from the Liberty Harbor North redevelopment plan that, with regards to the story heights, and it says, I can read it out loud, but it says that the minimum ceiling height would be 9 feet. That's allowed, and then a maximum floor-to-floor height of 15 feet. It's floor-to-floor height. I should underline and underscore, and a minimum of 10-foot floor-to-floor. This is not attributed to any particular type of building. So this would be allowable for both hotel, residential, office, and whatever else the redevelopment plan calls for. So we've heard a lot about heights and stories, and hopefully this graphic puts together some of the stuff that you heard, regardless of my argument of all the stuff that has been described today. All the way to the left is a 20-story building under the L-class classification of the redevelopment plan, with 2 floors at the bottom, first and second floor, 25 feet. Each floor thereafter being 15 feet. We've also included a bulkhead to graphically depict mechanical elevator overruns and so on and so forth. So that would be what, more or less, the height, give or take a few feet, overall height of a building, L-class with 15 feet floor to floor. If we were to accept this based on the redevelopment plan, if we were to accept this as the height and the allowable floor-to-floor heights, then one would have to accept also the very one on the right, at least from an architectural standpoint. The 15-foot floor-to-floor is not attributed to a particular type of building. So one could argue that the residential building at 32 stories would also be a much higher building. I've heard 480. Our particular analysis with a bulkhead went to about 520 feet. So yes, if you were to compare the first on the left with the third from the left, which is a residential building at 32 stories at 10-foot floor to floor with a 20-foot residential, 20-foot ground floor, those heights are relatively very similar. They're about 30 feet from each other. However, as I said, if we were to accept the diagram on the left, one would also have to accept the diagram all the way to the right. And just to give a particular graphic, these are just, I will just go through these very quickly so you can see, what that would be. So perhaps this particular site is not set for 520 feet, but the precedent that an acceptance of the 15-foot floor-to-floor on any type of building sets a precedent for this type of building anywhere on the redevelopment plan. Having said that, let's go back to that slide. Having said that, based on my opinion and based on my expert, call it expert experience, I've designed 3 hotels in the vicinity, not in Jersey City, 1 in Hoboken, 2 in New York, and I've been involved in the design of a lot of high-rise residential buildings in New York City. Having said that, the 2 middle diagrams that you see, the second from the left is what a hotel, under my opinion, and under the kind of expert experience I've had when designing hotels, would floor-to-floors look like. I am, just for graphics purposes, I am providing the 2 floors at 25 feet floor-to-floor. Each floor thereafter, until you get to the setback floor, is a 10-foot-6 floor-to-floor, which is a pretty ample height for a hotel made out of concrete. And then every floor above that, the tower floors, 4 tower floors, which is allowed by the redevelopment plan, is a 12-foot floor-to-floor, which is an ample height to allow for larger ceilings in penthouse locations or penthouse suite locations and whatnot. Similarly, for the 32-story residential building, every floor is 10 foot, not 10-foot-6, 10 foot. We provided a transfer floor at the podium, and that's 15 feet, and then a 12-foot floor-to-floor at the very top of the building, plus the penthouse, 15-foot penthouse, and a bulkhead. And that's roughly 374 feet with a bulkhead. So that disparity is actually quite more remarkable and noticeable, and to be noted in the sense that, and again, I only speak from my opinion and what I've experienced, building the 2 buildings at the very ends, regardless if it's a hotel or a residential building, are both financially impractical and also infrastructurally impractical. Why? Because there's an addition of structure, there's an addition of MEP systems, length, size, capacity, which in turn uses more utilities, infrastructural utilities. There is additional envelope structure and material. So it financially doesn't make sense to build the two buildings on the two very ends.
One thing, I'm testifying about architecture. I'm objecting. He's testifying to finance. He just did testify to that.
That's my objection.
Okay. Sustained. You can't give that opinion, sir.
All right, that was just my opinion. I apologize. So again, back to this, the two middle ones is something that I would have done, and I've done before in my previous experience designing hotels and residential buildings with regards to floor heights, amenities, penthouse floors, and whatnot. I took you through these comparisons. Again, highlighting the 32 floor at 15 foot floor to floor, which in this particular case seems like a good comparison, apples to apples, with a 16 floor, 15 foot floor to floor. But you know, my experience also tells me that to question my experience and go back and look at the redevelopment plan and see if there's anything in the redevelopment plan that we missed that perhaps allotted for a difference in height, something that would, you know, not necessarily undermine my experience, but also talk to what the intent of maybe the redevelopment plan was. Again, this is my opinion and how I read the plan. So this is south of our site. Block 24 is a graphic of plan and elevational heights and sectional heights for the Tidewater Basin District, right south of Block 24. And it is called the intent of Bulkin Heights. So this is the closest thing that we have, at least I had in my toolbox to look at and try to understand what the intent was. So you can see at the Block 18, at the very left, there's this idea of graduated heights and graduated
Sir,
stepping
are you
down.
trying to draw a connection between how the height came to be and the, I'm just trying to understand what it is.
Good question. What I'm trying to do is understand through, because the language in the redevelopment is very flexible, and it allows, as we saw, 15-foot floor-to-floor for residential hotel or whatever it is. In order to understand what perhaps the intent of the redevelopment plan was with regards to heights and bulks, we had to look further down or deeper into the redevelopment plan. And so I'm trying to make a connection in, we've noticed that there is a graduated height or stepping down in some of these graphics that.
But sir, you didn't author the redevelopment plan.
I did not. No. And again, this is based.
You weren't part of the authoring of the redevelopment plan.
This is based pure on opinion.
So you're now going to look at what the heights are in the redevelopment plan and then try to testify as to what the intent of the redevelopment plan is.
I'm not looking
Counsel, we're not going to allow that testimony.
I don't know why not. What he's saying to you is that, if I may, what he's saying to you is,
I don't want you to testify.
well, I'm going to say what I'm going to say. You could knock it out. He is attempting to divine the intent of the plan. That's clear.
And he can't testify to the intent of the plan. He was not an author of the plan. He did not participate in the development of the plan. He could testify as to the plan says in this diagram 300 ASG.
I disagree.
Okay. You're overruled.
You call it, but I disagree.
I'm calling it. Okay.
Any expert may look at the full context of the redevelopment plan.
He cannot give an opinion as to what the intent of the plan is. That's my ruling.
I disagree.
I know you do. You said that already.
Okay. Go on to your next analysis.
Can I just say one thing before
No.
I won't testify?
Just go on to the next matter.
It's
I've
a
already
it's a
stated
title.
an objection.
It's a
and
title
it's
on
been
the
addressed.
It's a title on the sheet here, so it's not. So okay, we really can't testify to this. We want to call out to the basic redevelopment planning text that says they would like variation in height and use, and the 16-story building or 20-story building with 10-foot-6 floor-to-floors plus 4 floors at the top at 12-foot floor-to-floors seems to be doing that with regards to the non-uniformity of height that is stated in the redevelopment plan. A 32-story building on the right seems to be more uniform and creates a wall in between the two existing towers. Any questions? Can I move on?
Is that it?
Nope. So the last two bits that I'll leave you with is the impacts that a 16-story building with, in my opinion, conventional floor-to-floor heights would have versus a 32-story building with conventional floor-to-floor heights would have based on the redevelopment plan. We did a solar and shadow analysis to compare the two on June 20th, where the sun is the highest and therefore the shadows are the shortest. So as you can see, the 12 p.m. So at 8 p.m. we didn't really. It's all in shadow. At 12 p.m. the shadow of the 32-story building is more impactful and substantial on the neighboring terrace, whereas the 16-story one is not as much. 2 p.m. and I'll only show those two particular hours because once you get into 3 and 4, it just gets a little bit worse. The last thing I'll leave you with is wind shear. Having done several high-rise buildings throughout New York and Jersey and globally, obviously the higher the building is, there's a phenomenon called wind shear and downwashing, and that increases the velocity with a higher building. That creates a downdraft on that surface, but it also then exerts an outward pressure and an upward pressure on the adjacent structures. This could cause uplift of pavers, small objects, pets, so on and so forth. It's a phenomenon. In this particular case, I'd like to point out there's 3 large towers on the site, and the north wind has really nowhere to go. Finally, again in this line of wind is a phenomenon called wind vortex shedding at the corners of buildings. So remember that these buildings are roughly 4 feet diagonally apart. At the corners of the buildings, there's a siphoning of wind. And what that does, it creates a rocking movement of the towers, of any tower or any structure that goes back and forth with the height of the tower that gets amplified. The thing that I would like to point out here is that the configuration that exists here of diagonal, where these vortex shedding and vortex wind pressures occur, can get amplified with a configuration of diagonal placement that exists here. And that could create, if not mitigated one way or another, it could create a movement of the structure.
This is engineering testimony.
I think this architect testimony is consistent with architectural considerations.
Sounds like engineering to me.
Sounds like architecture to me.
So,
If you place an object in a certain position, it may cause wind effects, and that's what he's saying here.
I understand what he just said.
Well, I'm only pointing out that is.
I understood what the gentleman said,
I'm glad.
but thank you. It seems to me that this falls under the discipline of structural engineering or engineering. In light of the liberty that we've already taken with his licensure, let's not go further into this
I think we can go.
potential
I
issue.
just have a couple of follow-up or clarifying questions.
Thank you.
And then I'm done with direct. If you go, Alkis, to the 4th or 5th slide, the slide you have up right now, as a matter of fact, am I correct that you're saying that the under the present amendment proposed, a developer could build the building that you show on the far right.
With my opinion and what I've read in the redevelopment plan,
Well, the answer is yes or no.
yes, yes.
Could you go to the slide that is about 3 slides further?
Sure.
The 2 buildings that you see in, I think it's in white, those are the existing buildings, is that right?
That is correct.
Do you know what the heights of those 2 buildings are?
450 feet, roughly. It's 45
Would
stories.
I be correct in saying it was 440 feet?
Most probably,
Yes?
yes.
Okay. And the
Does he
buil-
know or does he not know?
Apparently he said 450, and I proposed 440.
With the bulkhead. I always have the bulkhead in mind, so.
You want to get the basis for that statement?
No, that's fine.
I want the basis for the statement.
Because you want the basis, can you give us the basis for that statement? How do you know the height of those buildings?
How do I know how do I know the height of those buildings? Well, it's information on Google Earth, but my firm designed these buildings previously.
And you've looked at those plans?
I've looked at the plans. I have.
That's the basis for
And
his opinion.
you checked what was built versus the plans that you had on file in your firm, and you confirmed the height of these buildings?
At 440 feet plus another 10 or 15 feet for the bulkhead.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And when you previously, just before, talked about what was potentially buildable under the proposed amendment, you have listed that as 520 feet,
That is correct.
taller than the 2 buildings beside it.
That is correct.
No more questions.
Okay, commissioners, any questions? I had a question or two. On the vortex slide, did you use a graphic program to draw that, or did you use a program to generate those?
No, it's a graphic
vortexes?
program.
Okay. And on the shade?
It is I did. Yes. Yes.
And on, do you know what a trellis is?
Absolutely.
What does a trellis do?
A trellis can cover a certain area of a floor or outside space that can protect from sun or wind.
Did you look at the programming on top of your client's building?
I have. Yep.
And does it have trellises?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I personally have not been involved in the design of that building, or those buildings. I haven't visited the top, what I can tell from floor plans and from Google Earth and various images. There didn't seem to be any trellises at the moment there. There could be though. As I said, I haven't been involved in the design of those buildings.
So, direct answer. Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Okay, anybody else from the board?
No.
Mr. Asadorian?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions.
You got to get you a microphone. Mr. Asadorian. I have a couple of questions. Can you turn to
Sure.
this page?
Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry.
Now, the purposes of the record, the witness has been directed to the slide called the comparison of massing of varying floor heights. Believe it's numbered 5. Now, the first depiction that you have for the 340 feet, do you see that?
Yes.
You do not include the penthouse in that, correct?
It was no, I did not include. I included the 4 stories of tower on top of it.
But the redevelopment plan also, on top of that, allows a penthouse, does it not?
I think so. I think it was either or.
Oh,
I might be wrong, though. No.
thank you. Now, the 32 floors, the one all the way to the right, you have that at 32 floors at 15 feet each, right?
All the way to the right, you're talking
All the way
about.
to the right.
Yep. Yes, I do. Except for the penthouse. Oh, no, so the penthouse is included, but for the ground floor, which is 20 foot, that's as per the redevelopment plan heights.
Right. You realize this is a rental property, right?
I do.
And is it common in your field to build 15-foot stories for rental properties?
That was my point. No.
And were you here when my client's experts testified?
I was.
Did you hear them say that the height of the proposed residential building will not exceed the height of the permitted hotel?
Yes.
And yet you still think it's relevant to provide testimony about how the proposed residential is going to be 520 feet when they repeatedly said it's not going to be 520 feet?
To be very frank, the only connection I made was to what is allowed per the story height section of the redevelopment plan.
Right, which is not the application here tonight. The application tonight is the proposed residential will not exceed the permitted height of the hotel. That is the matter before this board. Do you understand that?
Absolutely.
But yet you are telling the board it's going to be 200 feet taller than what we are proposing, correct?
No, I'm not saying that your redevelopment plan or your particular proposal will be that much higher than the hotel building.
It will not be taller than the hotel. That is the point. Do you understand that?
I do. I also understand that you wouldn't build a hotel at 15-foot floor to floor.
Sir, this is very easy questioning. My question to you, if you take into consideration the applicant's stipulation that the proposed residential will not exceed the height of the permitted hotel, does then not negate all the testimony you gave here tonight?
I don't think so.
Can you turn to the page with the other buildings that you had? With the Tidewater Basin?
Sure. I wasn't supposed to testify on this, so.
I just have a question for you. Do you know what district the other buildings are in?
They're all part of the Tidewater Basin.
Which is a different district than this redevelopment plan, is that not correct?
But it's part of the Liberty. Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Yes, it is.
Do you know who prepared this? This sheet that you're looking at?
With markings or without the markings?
Without the markings.
The company that did the firm that did the redevelopment plan?
Yeah, do you know who that is?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Would it surprise you to know that it's that gentleman right there, Dean Marchetto?
Okay, that's great.
So would you agree that he would know the intent of the redevelopment plan?
Sure.
And I just want you to go to the page with the shadows.
Yep. Which particular one?
This one.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we look at the top left, those shadows are being cast by your buildings, are they not?
Yes, they are.
And the bottom left, those shadows are also being cast by your building.
The bottom left?
Yes.
It's a perspective of the top left. It's the same building, just a different perspective.
Right. And those shadows that you're showing are cast by your structures.
That's correct. Well, my company structures. The ones that my company designed. Right.
The one to the bottom right,
Mm-hmm.
where you have the yellow proposed building,
Yep.
which model is that? How many feet are you proposing there?
For the yellow structure.
This one, to the bottom right.
So I'll take you back, in order to answer that question, I'll take you back to that height diagram. So it's this structure here, with a bulkhead, 374 feet.
374 feet.
With a bulkhead.
But you're aware the proposed building's not going to be 374 feet.
I found that out today.
Yes. So that image is now moot, right? It's not accurate.
As it pertains to what I saw today, yes, it's not accurate.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness. I do want to bring Mr. Marchetto up for a real quick rebuttal, unless if Mr. Paolino has redirect.
I'll say, no.
Okay. Can I leave this, the PowerPoint on? Or do you need the PowerPoint?
Do you need it?
Unless we're talking about the wind.
Yes. Yeah, just leave it on for a second.
Sure.
Mr. Marchetto, you still on the road?
Yes.
You heard the testimony that was just provided?
Yes.
Do you have any comments?
The only comments I have is that the witness mentioned that on the catty corner between the buildings, where the wind was shown in the graphic depiction, there was a 4 feet difference between the buildings. It's over 50 feet, that space between the building. I think that might have been an error, but that's what he said. I just want to clear it up for the record. It's over 50 feet between the catty corners.
And do you have an opinion or any comments with respect to the page that showed the buildings in a tidewater basin?
Yes, our firm did the vision study for the Tidewater District. If you look at the front page, you'll see my name on the front page as the author of the document that you have.
I am going to object.
Okay.
If the ability of my witness was unable to testify as to that particular slide, I don't see what this witness is doing as a rebuttal witness on that issue.
Well, you didn't hear his testimony yet.
He was just testifying that he prepared the drawing.
Okay.
That's as far as he got so far.
Yeah, okay. And I didn't want to make a mistake.
Fair enough.
And all I wanted to say was when we drew that drawing, it was for the intent of the Tidewater District.
That's the objection. We're on it.
Sustained?
Objection sustained. Thank you, Mr.
Can I have a question for Mr. Marcelo?
Sure.
And we'll allow
Yes.
Paolino also.
I'm glad you brought up the wind slide, because I was looking for it, looking for the drawings. So you're saying, just so I can be clear, when they're showing at 4 feet, we're gonna have wind banging, north wind banging against the building and doing all that movement and stuff. 50 feet spreads apart each building. What is the effect? Same effect or not?
I'm not a wind engineer. All I'm here to say is that it's 50 feet separated.
Separated.
Yeah.
Would be the same. Okay, thank you
And
very
Mr.
much.
Polino, if I just heard your witness, he
Thank you.
said that he meant to say 40?
Well, unless, I'd like the witness to say that rather than.
All right, he can come up and say, I was just trying to.
I appreciate
I think it was a slip of the tongue.
I said 4 feet. I apologize. I heard myself say 40. 40.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, but the drawing you shows it much tighter, your graphics.
If I go back to that drawing, that's sorry. That's a 40-foot dimension.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's on the drawing.
Thank you.
I haven't put the dimension, but the gap is 40 feet. Thank you, and sorry for the extension of time. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Next witness, Mr. Polino.
I call Susan Favate, F-A-V-A-T-E.
You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Susan, S-U-S-A-N, Favati, F-A-V-A-T-E.
Susan, give us the benefit of your background.
Sure, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for letting us have this time tonight. I am Susan Favati, principal of BFJ Planning. We are a planning consultant firm with more than 40 years of experience in the planning industry. I myself have over 18 years of professional planning experience. I'm a licensed New Jersey professional planner. All my licenses are current and in good standing. I'm also a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners and a member of the New Jersey and the Metro New York chapters of the American Planning Association. Good? Okay. I will just mention that I have appeared before this board, not in the context of an application, but as the principal in charge of the land use element, which was adopted, as you all know, the last couple of years. I'm mostly going to speak to master plan consistency specific to redevelopment and some of the particular elements of the, or portions of the land use element, but I did want to just start with height, because we talked a lot about this, and we talked a lot about linear feet, floor to ceiling. It's a little bit murky. I just want to kind of go back to try to clarify things a bit. This is an interesting redevelopment plan in that it doesn't have any linear height limitation. The only way that height is considered in this plan is number of floors and the floor to ceiling or floor to floor heights. So that's really why we've kind of focused on that. The minimum floor to floor height is 10 feet, the maximum is 15, as you've heard, and that is the case for all building types, all uses. And that is not proposed to change with the proposed amendment. So that's kind of what's here now, and it's what will stand in the future. What is proposed to change is the number of floors on this particular site. So what the proposal is that it goes from an L building to an XL building. So essentially a 20-story building, as you've seen with the additional tower, penthouse, et cetera, 20 stories to 32 stories. And what we submit, what you saw on the slide that Alka showed, is that when you look at the allowable building, so the applicant has talked a bit about the proposed building. What you have before you is a redevelopment plan amendment. It is not a site plan. You have to consider what the actual amendment says and what buildings in the future that may come in for a site plan, what their allowable building envelope is, what their permissible as-of-right building is. So that's why we're showing 15 feet. That's the maximum. That's what someone could come in, if this amendment were approved, could come in with a building at 15 feet. We can argue about whether they would, whether there's a market for that, et cetera. But that's the as-of-right building. So that's why we focused on it, because that's what could come under this proposed amendment. So you've heard about, well, there's a stipulation that it won't be any higher, but we're saying that it could be higher if you just look at the number of floors and the floor to ceiling height. So that's really why we focused on that. And I just wanted to sort of clarify that a bit. But I am going to go back as a planner and really talk about planning consistency, master plan consistency. You heard a little bit about with the architecture testimony, the impacts to the immediate area. I'm going to take a bit of a broader view, start with redevelopment itself and how it's considered in the land use element, how it's talked about. I'll talk a little bit about the urban design chapter of the land use element, and then lastly, just the overall principles. So, there we go. Okay, can you hear me? It's like I lose my glass slipper. We were the primary authors of the land use element, and that includes myself personally. I wrote portions of it. It talked a lot about redevelopment, and it talked about redevelopment planning and the need for careful consideration when you establish new redevelopment areas or you amend existing redevelopment areas. And it looked at specific redevelopment plans in Jersey City, which ones should be revisited, which ones maybe could be even retired into traditional zoning, and which ones should kind of stay as is. And this particular redevelopment plan, Liberty Harbor North, is listed as a plan that should stay as is, which generally means it should proceed according to its redevelopment plan. It doesn't mean that you can't ever change that redevelopment plan, but that it should be fairly modest and that it's assumed to be valid, sort of as is. So looking at the Liberty Harbor North plan, we really wanted to kind of understand what the goals of that plan were and kind of what are the overarching features of that plan. So the primary goal, as looking at this plan, is to create a, quote, self-sufficient and vital neighborhood that exemplifies the principles of the new urbanism and traditional neighborhood development techniques, end quote. As we see it, this is primarily achieved through three measures. 1, permitting a mix of uses. 2, establishing 5 building types of various heights and densities, and 3, laying out those buildings so that the tallest are on 3 designated large-scale streets, which are Morris Boulevard, Canal Street, and Parkview Avenue. And for the remaining streets, the buildings are envisioned as lower in terms of height and density. And the intent is to create a variation in terms of height and density, step downs, graduated heights, providing areas of relief to avoid walls of tall buildings. And we talked a little bit about, Tidewater Basin. I don't know, can I testify to that? Okay. We only looked at that slide in a sense to get an understanding of what perhaps the plan was really going for in terms of the graduated heights. And the one block that we highlighted, which is in the adjacent Tidewater district that's part of this overall redevelopment plan, is very similar to this particular block, Block 24, in terms of the heights. So it was a kind of a good indication of you have a very tall building, maybe 2 very tall buildings, and then they step down within that same block. Okay, so when you look at the overall redevelopment plan, we really do see that the intent is to put the height at those few streets, particularly at corners of blocks, as you've seen in this particular block 24, the 2 45-story buildings are at the corners, and then as you step down within the interior of the block and on those narrower streets, you have some relief in terms of height and density, which also provides for amenity spaces and more light and air. Okay, so when we're looking at this proposed amendment, what we see when you look at the maximum allowable heights, which I just talked about, the as-of-right development that could occur at a 15-foot floor-to-ceiling, it really would eliminate what we see as one of the crowning goals of this plan and crowning characteristics is that graduated height. It's a hallmark of this redevelopment plan. It really blurs the distinction between these building types and building masses, and it introduces a significant building height on a street and a portion of that street that was specifically designed for lower scale buildings. So whereas the existing redevelopment plan requires a hotel of up to 16 stories, the proposed amendment would provide for an apartment building of 32 stories. You've heard arguments that the volume will be the exact same, the massing will be the exact same. I just don't understand how a person could reasonably argue that a 32-story building is the same height as a 16-story building, particularly when there is no change to the maximum allowable floor-to-floor heights. We're fearful of the future, what this plan would actually do, this proposed amendment, to the rest of the redevelopment area. Don't forget that there are large areas of this redevelopment area that have yet to be built. So what is to stop other future developers, other property owners, from asking for similar changes, similar reclassifications of these buildings, which would essentially, completely blur and eliminate any distinction between those buildings? You would have very similar height buildings really scattered throughout the redevelopment area. And I think that's undermining a key provision of the plan itself. And when you look at what the land use element says about redevelopment, it's really exactly this type of situation that on page 179 of the land use element it cautions about. It notes that one of the issues with redevelopment planning is that it can create, quote, an ad hoc approach to land use planning rather than promoting holistic citywide planning, end quote. And that the redevelopment process can be seen, quote, as less predictable for the public and nearby property owners, end quote. I think I may have actually written that sentence, but don't quote me on that. I shouldn't say that. But certainly our firm wrote those elements of the plan. We're very familiar with, what the land use element was really talking about as cautionary, tales about redevelopment. Now, as I mentioned, the Liberty Harbor North redevelopment plan, it's a long-established plan. It's decades away from being completed. It's very much still in the process of being built out. So a lot of the redevelopment provisions in the land use element that talk about transitioning to straight zoning, traditional zoning, talk about community benefit agreements, they don't really apply here. But we do note that on page 183, the land use element specifies that any change, this is a quote, any change to a redevelopment plan area, whether an amendment or a removal of the designation, will require negotiation with the affected property owners to address the significant potential legal issues involved with changing the existing development rights. Such adjustments will need to be addressed on a case-by-case basis, end quote. So we believe that that's why we're here tonight, is to try to address some of these impacts on neighboring property owners. So that's sort of redevelopment as it's discussed in the land use element. Now, another chapter of the land use element talks about urban design framework. And this area, the Liberty Harbor North redevelopment plan, is designated as planned waterfront development within that chapter. What that category really means, it's meant to identify areas along the waterfront that are either fully developed under a planned development or will be so through a redevelopment plan. So for example, Port Liberté is an area that was built out under a planned development, Avalon on the Hudson River, or this particular site, which is a redevelopment plan. And what that designation is really about, the planned waterfront development, is public waterfront access. So again, it's not terribly applicable to this property, this Block 24. I don't think we need to discuss it much more. I think there's been materials uploaded to the portal that talked about neighborhood centers and transit cores. Both of those designations for the urban design framework apply to other areas of the city. They're really meant to be in low-density areas that are already developed, and it's a way to introduce mixed use, greater activity, housing, increasing walkability in those areas. Here, Block 24, this is already a high-density, mixed-use, transit-rich area. So while you could see the proposed amendment, which facilitates a residential building, that would continue that pattern, so would a hotel. So it's sort of already mixed use. It will continue to be so. So that's urban design. And lastly, I want to speak just generally to the overall planning principles, which are in Chapter 3 of the land use element. We looked at several of them as potentially relevant. The first one is about continuing efforts to enhance residential neighborhoods. We found this actually isn't terribly relevant to this site because it's really meant to be about areas that are experiencing disinvestment. Revitalization is needed for these areas. Here, Block 24, it's already experiencing investment. It's got high-end housing. It's not really relevant to this particular goal. However, the next one is promoting the development of a diversified economy. And that's really about jobs. Jobs, attracting businesses, industry, and tourism. So a residential building at this site, instead of the hotel, as is currently required, would not further that principle. The third one, ensure the city's available housing is balanced and meets the needs of all current and future city residents. This one's about affordable housing. You've heard a lot about that tonight. It's obviously a hugely important consideration for the city. We talked about it a lot in the land use element and the master plan as a whole. And it is true that this amendment would result in a 15% affordable housing set aside. But so would any significant residential change here that is done through an amendment to the redevelopment plan. It's triggered by your inclusionary zoning ordinance, not the redevelopment plan itself. The redevelopment plan would continue to have no provision for affordable housing. If you accept the argument that you should approve this or recommend its approval by the council because of the affordable housing, then what's that really saying is that you should just approve any amendment that has residential in any redevelopment plan throughout the city, regardless of its impacts, regardless of planning principles. I don't think that that's what the land use element excuse me, the mask, it's tough. I don't think that that's what the land use element really contemplated. It's not meant to undercut sound planning principles. Next goal is about walkability, make it bicycle, transit-friendly, walkable. Clearly, adding a residential use here would further that principle, but so would a hotel or a park or an office building. Almost any type of development that's part of mixed-use development is part of this goal to increase walkability and activity here. Celebrate and beautify the public realm. Similarly, any development that would be contemplated in a mixed-use environment in this particular site would be an improvement over a vacant hole. Environmental assets, protect and restore environmental assets and plan for sustainability. I would hope that any development that happened here would be resilient. I don't think that's terribly relevant. And then the last one is undertake zoning revisions to consolidate districts, clarify regulations, and address current issues. That's really about cleaning up zoning and not really about redevelopment plan amendments. So in summary, I think most of the land use principles are not directly relevant here, but the ones that are, speak to affordable housing, which is not a requirement of this redevelopment plan, and that's not proposed to change. And it's really about consistency with the redevelopment plan. So because the proposed amendment really would facilitate development that's inconsistent with the idea of graduated heights variation in densities, and the land use element, basically accepts this redevelopment plan and assumes it's valid, we feel that this is inconsistent then with the land use element. Does that make sense?
Okay, I just have,
I was trying to be quick, guys, sorry. Go ahead.
I just have just a couple of questions.
Yep.
Just a couple. The drawing you saw the drawings or the I guess the descriptions that were given in the PowerPoint by Mr. Alkus, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And on the far right of one of the slides, there was an indication of a building that was 520 feet.
Yes, the
That would be-
15-foot floor to floor. Correct.
That would be if this amendment were passed, is that right?
That's the as-of-right building if this amendment were passed.
That would be an as-of-right building. There would be no deviation required to get to that height. Is there anything in the amendment that you see that was provided to you and to me and to this board that restricts the height of any development that this developer makes, or any developer, except the regulated height set forth therein?
That's correct, the number of floors and the floor-to-ceiling heights.
Okay. Am I correct that if you were to, if you were to maximize all of the building heights in the characteristic buildings, the L, the XL, the XXL, that would blur the lines between the different building types?
Yes, if you change the building types so that they're more similar within a block, as is proposed here. The current provisions in the redevelopment plan have several different types of those buildings within this block, which is why you see all those different heights that are built already.
And you also pointed out that the land use element requires, of the master plan, requires consultation with neighboring adjoining owners. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are you aware of any consultation? Are you aware of any consultation?
I'm not aware.
I have no idea.
Not at all.
Thank you. I guess I'll start with the last point. You were just asked about consultation with neighboring owners and the redevelopment plan area. Where is that? What section are you looking at?
It's I believe it's page 183 of the land use element.
Thank you. So I'm going to read this. Tell me if I'm reading it correctly. Any change to a redevelopment plan area, right?
Correct.
We are not proposing a change to the redevelopment plan area, correct?
The sentence continues, whether an amendment or removal
We'll
of the
get there.
designation.
We'll get there. Let's take it one at a time. We are not proposing a change to the redevelopment plan area. Is that not correct?
I believe with the intent of this land use element, what the amendment that is proposed would constitute a change. You're reading the language in a literal way that of course you're not changing the area, you're changing the provisions, and that's
You
what
wrote it. You wrote it.
Therefore, I know what it's meant to say.
But it's not what it says. It says redevelopment plan area. As a professional planner, what is the definition of a redevelopment plan area? Let's start there.
Well, it's the area covered by a redevelopment plan.
Thank you. And the area here is not changing the area that's covered by the redevelopment plan, is it?
No.
So therefore, where it says any change to a redevelopment plan area, that does not apply to us, does it?
I see a change to the provisions within that redevelopment plan as constituting
See
this.
an additional use being permitted, not a change to the redevelopment plan area, correct?
An additional use being permitted as well as changes to the height.
We are not proposing a change to height. We went through this for the last 4 hours.
You're proposing a change to the number of stories in the
Ma'am,
building, which therefore changes the height.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask that they strike your response as non-responsive. Let's stick to the redevelopment plan area.
Sure.
Is there a change to the redevelopment plan area? Yes
No.
or no? No, right?
No.
Thank you. Then it says whether amendment or removal of the designation. That doesn't apply. We're not asking for a removal or an addition of a designation to the plan area. So that doesn't apply, correct?
Under your reading, correct.
Thank you. And then it says will require negotiation with the affected property owners. affected property owners is the property owner, which is my client, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Your client does not own the property, correct?
Our client owns property within the redevelopment area.
So do 100 other people. But that language does not say people within the redevelopment area. It says the affected property owner. The affected property owner is my client, correct?
Correct. And I would also argue that the affected property owner is the property owner adjacent to your site, which is also within the redevelopment plan.
So, ma'am, we're going to have to keep the yes or no
Okay.
answers to yes or no.
Got it.
So this master plan land use element that you wrote in 2021, it talks exclusively, repeatedly about affordable housing, does it not?
Correct.
And it says how it's important, does it not?
Yes.
But yet you glossed over all of that, did you not?
The proposed amendment, I have to say yes or no, sir?
If it's a yes or no question, you have to answer yes.
I don't agree that I glossed over it, so I can't say yes.
Well, would you not agree that the master plan amendment asks for affordable housing?
The master plan amendment, by virtue of facilitating residential development that exceeds the threshold of the IZO, would result in affordable housing.
And a project that proposes affordable housing would therefore be consistent with the master plan, would it not?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, as a planner, would you agree with me that developing vacant property, especially property that's been vacant for decades, is sound planning?
Yes.
And would you agree as a planner that if you have a redevelopment plan that calls for a specific use and more than 2 decades have passed and the property still remains vacant, then it may be time to consider additional uses? Would that not promote sound planning?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, I believe you also indicated that the hallmark of this plan is lower scalability, if I'm not incorrect.
It's the graduated heights is
Graduated
what it's referring
heights,
to.
sorry, you're right. Here, we are proposing a building consistent and not to exceed the existing height. And my client would stipulate that if this board makes a favorable recommendation, to write that in the recommendation. Therefore, if the height does not change, would it therefore not be consistent with the hallmark of the plan?
The amendments that I had before me did not include that stipulation, so therefore I had to go off of the as of right.
Not the question, ma'am. You have to answer the question as
Can you repeat the
posed.
question, please, sir?
Yes, you said the hallmark of the plan is graduated heights.
Correct.
And if the proposal does not change the height of the existing hotel, then does that not satisfy the hallmark of the plan?
I'm unclear about certain part of that question. Could I ask for a clarification?
You can always say you don't understand the question.
Don't understand the question and what you mean by proposal.
Let me ask you differently. The hallmark of the plan is to have your clients 2 45-story buildings, right? And a 16-story hotel at approximately 320 feet, correct?
Correct.
Now, if the only change to that hallmark is the use of the 320-foot structure from hotel to residential, would the scalability then stay the same and the hallmark thus be satisfied?
I don't agree that that use is the only change. The building classification is also changing.
You just testified about height and compatibility. That's what we're talking about.
Correct.
If there's no change in height, then the hallmark is satisfied. Is that not right?
It would be correct, but I don't agree that there's no change in height. I'm sorry.
But if you agreed that there was no change in height,
Then yes.
so let me ask it this way. If, as of right, a hotel could be 320 feet,
Mm-hmm.
and as of right, a residential building could be 320 feet, would you oppose the amendment?
No, not on the basis of graduated heights.
Okay, so the use, hotel versus residential, is not objectionable to you. To you.
To me, no.
Your objection is,
Our concern has mainly been height.
and whether or not the building is the 320 feet that you've calculated a hotel can be built at under this plan.
That's correct. But
Okay.
that calculation is also based on the change of the building classification itself from L to XL.
Yes.
So removing the use question at all, there's still this change that's proposed in the classification that would have an impact on height because of the change in the number of stories.
But if the height is the same, it's just residential versus hotel, you don't object to that from a planning standpoint?
No.
No more questions, counsel?
Trust me. I have to do one last one. Would you agree that affordable housing is an inherently beneficial use?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Go ahead, Mr. Palladino.
Sure.
Of course.
It's not clear.
The proposed amendment eliminates a hotel on Block 24. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the height of the hotel is based upon an L building, right?
Correct.
And that's how many stories is an L building?
16 stories plus an additional 4 for the tower.
And does not the amendment want a change from an L to an XL, from
Correct.
a large to an extra large?
Correct.
Okay. And what's the number of stories in that?
It's 32 plus penthouse.
So it
towers.
changes the stories from 16 to 32, right?
Correct. The base number of stories.
And in both instances, both in the 16-story building and in the 32-story building, the span of floor to height can change from 10 to 15.
Correct.
Is that right? So apples to apples, there's a change in stories, right?
Correct.
And that may change to a height.
Yes.
And as of right height,
Yes.
that goes to 520 feet.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to this land use element, okay, that Mr. Asadorian pointed out. The first phrase of it says, any change to a redevelopment plan area, any change to a redevelopment plan area, whether an amendment or a removal of the designation. Is a amendment or removal of the designation, is that a change in the area?
No.
So there's a confusion in that very first sentence. Is that right?
Correct.
You were worked on this. What's the intent of that provision?
The intent was any change in the redevelopment plan.
But that's not what you
That's
wrote.
not what the language says. That's true.
It's confusing. Is that
Yes.
right?
Is it?
Confusing.
Is it?
Is that a question? I'm not sure. I'm asking.
Clarification, counsel.
Is it a clarification? Will require negotiation with the affected property owners. Are you aware that this is a condominium?
Sustained.
Well, let me give you the basis for saying that. This provision says affected property. Well, the affected property here happens to be a condominium. I can't get around that.
It may be, it may not be.
Not it may be, it is a condominium.
What's a condominium?
The affected property.
Sustained.
This instance-
Move on, please, counsel.
Well, the point of it is that it relates to a condominium property here, and that's what we have. This provision applies to the current application. for-
Counsel, that's argument. That's not moving on.
Does it apply to this particular property? Does this provision apply to this particular property?
Which provision?
The provision,
The quote that you just read?
the provision in the land use element of the master plan, that's at page 163,
I think it's 83.
183, I'm sorry.
Yes, I believe it applies.
The page number?
Point taken. Done.
I'm sorry?
Done?
Uh,
I mean, it's,
maybe. Hold on, maybe. I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Paolino?
Chairman, for the record, the time is 10:18. Mr. Paolino wasn't even close to 35 minutes.
I don't think there was anybody in the room that believed him at the 35-minute mark. Mr. Paolino, anything else?
I do not have it. I'm done.
Okay.
I've completed my objection.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, before I open it up for public comment, anything?
Nope.
No.
Okay, we're going to need a,
Really?
yeah. We're going to need a quick break. Not to discuss anything, but we're going to need a quick break. Okay, could we come to order, please, everybody? And before we open up for public comment, we're going to announce a few housekeeping items. Item 12, case P23-099, is a site plan amendment for 17 to 23 Perrine Avenue. We are carrying to a date certain, February 20th with preservation of notice. Item 14, case P23-092, preliminary and final major site plan for 612 to 616 Communicable Avenue. We are carrying to a date certain, February 20th, with preservation of notice. Item 16, case P2023-0069, preliminary and final major site plan amendment for 180 10th Street, 543.5 Manila Ave, and 545 Manila Ave. We are carrying to a date certain, February 20th, with preservation of notice. Item 17, case P2023-0070, preliminary and final major site plan amendment for 204 10th Street, 543.5 Manila Ave, and 545 Manila Ave. We are carrying to a date certain, February 20th, with preservation of notice. And last but certainly not least, I'm sorry, that was it. That was it. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for hanging out tonight. Okay, so back to the case at hand. Okay. Yeah. So at this time, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody's here that wants to comment on this application, please come up.
Mr. Chair, I see no public. I move to close.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Matt?
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. So staff prepared a master plan consistency review. It is posted to the portal, but there is a version that I'm going to be presenting here tonight that's dated today. There was a couple typos and some updates that we made to some of the slides, so I want to enter enter it as an exhibit. I believe this would be A9. Or how do you want to do, Santo?
Make it B1.
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 B1. And we have copies to hand out. Oh, okay, great. All right.
It was on the portal.
This was on the portal, but the version I'm presenting here tonight was not. So this
Okay.
is a brand new thing. Still 17 slides, including the title, but there are some differences from the version that's posted online.
Counsel, I'll note your objection for the record.
Okay.
Continue.
All right. So presentation outline, Liberty Harbor North, Block 24, and associated amendments. Then we'll move into the 2021 Land Use Element, Redevelopment Plan Issues and Recommendations, Chapter 5, Urban Design Framework, Chapter 4, Land Use Principles, Chapter 3, and we'll surmise with a conclusion. Liberty Harbor North Redevelopment Plan and Block 24. We, in preparation for today, looked at some of the past zoning on that block as it was enumerated in the redevelopment plan over the years. And this site has had inconsistent standards from the outset of the adoption of the redevelopment plan. It was singled out as only hotel, and it allowed for 1.1 million square feet of hotel, as well as originally allowed for accessory uses to that hotel as optional. The max 16-story height was permitted at the outset of that plan. In 2007, Block 24 went from 0 residential units permitted to 470 residential units permitted. In later that year, in June 2007, hotel floor area was set at a max 530,000 square feet. Required programming and accessory uses for hotels, including a minimum of 250 rooms, full-service restaurant, bar and lounge area, retail shops, meeting rooms, banquet rooms, swimming pool, fitness center, and salon services. The same amendment also introduced story height exceptions specific to Block 24, citing difficulty for fitting hotel programming. It actually allowed a height exception of 21 stories and a max of 240 feet. Then in 2012 was the most recent amendment that changed the bulk in use for Block 24. Hotel floor area was further reduced to 202,500, I'll say. Removed banquet room requirement, added retail services, including concierge and room service as a requirement. The rest of hotel programming remained in place. Residential density increased again from 470 units to 900 residential units. And portions of the block were increased from L class, similar to tonight, where we're starting from a starting point, to XXL class, 45 stories plus cupola. Lastly, the hotel story height exception was removed. The reason for this is, we'll get into it later, but there's a recommendation in the master plan as far as consistency goes for redevelopment plans and their use and bulk standards and other requirements across those redevelopment areas. '21 land use element, something I'm very proud about, something that I would say my colleagues did a great job on. We participated heavily in the creation of not only the land use element, but the open space and facilities element, as well as the visioning document. I would say that our working relationship was great. We did act as a copy editor, provided substantial red line edits to the land use document, many of which were incorporated to the final version. Adopted by the Planning Board in early 2022 as part of our Jersey City Master Plan update. The land use element has roughly 160 recommendations made in the Chapter 5 implementation matrix and associated recommendation maps, figures 102, 103, 104, 106, and 107. 103 is pictured there on the right, with the bubbles being recommendations to different areas throughout the city. Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the master plan implementation have been adopted, ordinances 22-084 and 23-103. Planning Board and City Council have implemented nearly 40% of those recommendations in the implementation matrix in the first 2 years of the 10-year master plan visioning. Some recommendations were drafted for inclusion into Phase 1 or Phase 2, but removed upon request of council and resident feedback, resulting in perhaps over 40% of the recommendations either being implemented or taking some action, being no action. One of those recommendations that was asked to be not considered and incorporated into Phase 2 was the R1 district recommendation to consider rezoning areas where it may be appropriate to reflect the existing multifamily land use character or the desired development pattern based on the existing context. Redevelopment plan issues and recommendations. This is a subsection in Chapter 5 by the same name. That portion of the land use element has 5 topic areas regarding issues and recommendations in redevelopment plans. These are duration of redevelopment plans in transition to straight zoning, consistency across redevelopment plan areas in transition to residential neighborhoods, community benefits and open space, potential new/revised redevelopment plan areas, and overlay zones. For the first topic, duration of redevelopment plans and transition to straight zoning. A finding written about in the master plan is that many redevelopment plans have expiration dates, and a number of these dates have already passed. Expiration dates for redevelopment plan areas create ambiguity, to paraphrase the element, about when and how redevelopment plans can sunset. Liberty Harbor North has an expiration date of May 16th, 2051. Only about 1/3 of the redevelopment plan area has been redeveloped, and its remaining build-out includes roughly 18 blocks, in addition to numerous public open spaces and public streets. There's an aerial to the right from Nearmap, dated September 5th, 2023. I also indicate the subject site that we've been talking about tonight. You can see that a lot of the sites include vacant land, surface parking lots, and various states of use and disrepair, by judging by the strewn about vehicles. Major milestones of the redevelopment plan area have not been met. The issues and recommendations made under this topic are not applicable at this time. Consistency across redevelopment plan areas in transition to residential neighborhoods. Under this topic, the land use element states, in quote, "For newly created redevelopment plans or those that exist but may be amended, the language on urban design, parking, and specific use and bulk controls needs to be clearer, with potential project hurdles discussed and addressed between involved agencies in order to provide strategic guidance for the life cycle of a plan area." Another quote, "The city should consider developing more uniform standards and design guidelines across redevelopment plan areas based on the urban design framework." The urban design framework is Chapter 4 of the land use element. The purpose of the urban design framework is to identify urban design opportunities and regulatory issues, and to make recommendations for the multiple urban contexts in the city. The findings and recommendations identified under neighborhood centers and transit cores can be applied to the context of the Liberty Harbor North and the amendment. Now specifically talking about that note of the urban design framework under this topic, and as it relates to neighborhood centers in that Chapter 4. A key finding is that some neighborhood centers lack critical mass to support surrounding areas. The amendment promotes appropriate population density to support the adjacent neighborhood center. Currently, only about 1/3 of the Liberty Harbor North redevelopment area is built out according to the plan. Block 24 is adjacent to a neighborhood center at the Marin Boulevard Light Rail Station, where adjacent development blocks are required to provide a minimum of 50% restaurant/entertainment-oriented retail frontage or other destination-type retail compatible with entertainment. A recommendation for neighborhood centers is that as the neighborhood centers and streets attract new uses and businesses, the city should develop clear guidelines to create a range of affordable and market rate housing that can support a mix of ages and income groups. And that incentive-based density bonuses should be considered to provide affordability and support the mix of housing types and income groups. To implement this recommendation, the amendment requires that 15% of all residential units developed on the site are dedicated as on-site affordable housing. The redevelopment plan regulations prior to this amendment do not require on-site affordable housing. Urban Design Framework Transit Cores. A recommendation for transit cores is to encourage mixed-use developments at appropriate densities around transit cores, and that, based on surrounding context and scale, the city should consider rezoning transit cores to support higher densities and a mix of uses. The amendment promotes mixed-use development at appropriate densities and scale based on the surrounding context that exists and permitted in the redevelopment plan. To expand upon that, 38% of the blocks in the redevelopment plan have or are permitted a higher density than Block 24, as proposed in the amendment. 27% of the blocks have a higher FAR than Block 24, and 2 blocks have FARs above 25. For comparison, Journal Square 2060 Zone 1 permits a cap at 25. Liberty Harbor North has FARs larger than the core of Journal Square 2060. Community benefits in open space. The content of this topic is about creating, pooling, and linkage of open space across multiple redevelopment plans and has no direct applicability to the scope of this amendment. However, the inclusionary zoning ordinance adopted by the City Council on 12/15/2021 front-loaded the community benefit of affordable housing ahead of any other community benefit, such as open space, which this topic largely focuses on. The inclusionary zoning ordinance was adopted to effectuate the 2019 housing element and March 12, 2019 master plan reexamination report, which recommended adoption of an inclusionary zoning ordinance. This amendment includes the community benefit of affordable housing and requires that 15% of all residential units developed on the site are dedicated as on-site affordable housing. This amendment is consistent with the IZO and the 2019 housing element and reexamination report therein. Apparently didn't get all the typos. Okay. Potential new/revised redevelopment plan areas. Under this topic of new/revised plans, the recommendation is made that the Liberty Harbor North plan remain as is, as listed on Figure 106. The subtext saying plans that are incomplete. So there's an assertion that of the area be developed and not prioritized for amendments. Keyword, not prioritized. So remain as is may read remain as is, but it's not prioritized. That said, in the last 6 months, both Council Resolution 23-708 and Council Resolution 23-941 have been passed by the City Council authorizing the Planning Board to study amendments or revisions to the Liberty Harbor North redevelopment plan. The Planning Board is carrying out their duty authorized by the City Council Resolution 23-941 in studying the amendment, holding a public meeting, and making a recommendation to the City Council. The documents attached to Resolution 23-708 are still being studied by staff before we are bringing them to overlay zones. Under this topic is recommended that the city should consider designating future redevelopment plan areas as overlay zones to allow property owners flexibility to opt in to the redevelopment plan's provisions. The provisions for this site on Block 24 are more prescriptive than other development sites in the redevelopment plan. The site is singled out as hotel with a long list of required accessory uses, introducing several project hurdles to overcome. The amendments remove the required accessory uses on this site, creating more opportunity for a hotel to be part of a future development. The redevelopment plan is nearly 30 years from expiration, and the area is currently only 1/3 redeveloped. A redevelopment plan amendment and the process by which one is authorized, studied, and enacted is enumerated in the local redevelopment housing law, NJSA 40A:12A-1. And over the course of a 50-year land use regime, while the master plan is only a 10, seeking a redevelopment plan amendment is the vehicle for a property owner or prospective property owner to opt in to the redevelopment plan's provisions anew or for the first time. Land Use Principles, Chapter 3. This chapter is intended to provide the policy foundation for revisions to the LDO or Land Development Ordinance and redevelopment plans. 4 lenses were identified in our Jersey City Master Plan. Identified in the R Jersey City Master Plan, organize the recommended land use principles: connectivity and mobility, economic opportunity, social equity, and climate resiliency. The scope of these amendments are consistent with these 4 lenses and furthers 6 land use principles identified in the land use element. Continue to enhance residential neighborhoods, Principle 1. Proposed amendments currently it's a vacant lot with existing project hurdles imposed by use and bulk standards. Proposed amendments will eliminate those project hurdles by standardizing the applicable use and bulk provisions. 2, celebrate and beautify public realm. Currently, it's a vacant lot without a finished sidewalk in the public realm. Land Use Principle 3, ensure the city's available housing is balanced and meets the needs of all current and future city residents. Proposed amendments promote social equity by permitting an appropriate population density in a high opportunity area, while also requiring on-site affordable housing. Land Use Principle number 4, make the city more walkable, bikeable, transit-friendly, and less reliant on the automobile. Proposed amendments promote connectivity and mobility by permitting residential housing on a site in a highly walkable neighborhood in close proximity to the Hudson Bergen light rail stations, as well as the Hudson Riverfront Walkway and envisioned Morris Canal Greenway. Land use principles number 5, protect and restore environmental assets and plan for sustainability. Proposed amendment promotes climate resiliency and sustainability by permitting an appropriate population density on a brownfield site in a high opportunity area in close proximity to mass transit and job centers. Last land use principle here, undertake zoning revisions to consolidate districts, clarify regulations, and address current issues. The proposed amendments lessen or remove project hurdles imposed on this single property by standardizing regulations in the district. In addition, this project also meets an objective and goal of the circulation element. Objective G1-1, develop and implement smart growth strategies that locate new residential development within walking distance of bus stops and passenger rail stations, with the highest density zones located within walking distance of passenger rail stations. Goal G1-A, lowercase a, use zoning incentives and capital improvement programs to encourage pedestrian scale, mixed-use development, and redevelopment within walking distance of public transportation. Conclusion. The proposed amendments are substantially consistent with the master plan and designed to effectuate the master plan, and staff recommend the board recommend adoption of these amendments to the municipal council.
Does anybody have any questions for Matt? Okay. I'll entertain a motion then.
Mr. Chair,
No.
yeah. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion at this time to approve and accept the review and discussion of an amendment to the Liberty Harbor North redevelopment plan regarding 155 Marin Boulevard. Case number on that is P2024-0004, and forward to City Council for formal adoption.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval.
Okay, on a motion to recommend to City Council.
So for clarification of the record, the motion should be to find that the proposed amendment is consistent with the master plan and recommend the municipal council adopt the amendments. Correct, Dr. Gonzalez?
Correct.
Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
Thank you for that long description and arguments, back and forth. I really was educated a lot today. I've been on the board for a long time, but there was a lot of good education here. As Matt said, the proposed amendments seem to be consistent with the land use principles described by Mr. Ward tonight, and I think it's good to be able to change this language and amend this plan to look at maybe a site that's going to offer affordable housing and everything that is planned to be done on this site. So I think as well that it is consistent with the master plan. So I'm going to vote aye.
Commissioner Gangadin.
Matt, thank you so much for that great presentation. It's very educational to all of us here this evening as well. The amendment meets the goals and the objective of the master plan, the redevelopment plan, and the housing plan at the same time. We do need more affordable housing here in Jersey City, so this will be very, very beneficial to Jersey City residents, and it will add value to the community at the same time. My vote is aye.
Commissioner Torres.
Yes, it was very, very interesting meeting today. A lot of information, which is good. And what gets me though is through the whole plan and everything I heard. We're not saying that one day there might not be a hotel in that area. We're just saying that now we need to look at stuff. And in the last 20 years, that has been done there. And that's why we're here. We need to, that's why I like this board. We see things, we grow, neighborhoods change, things start to move, and we see things develop. It's places that, being born and raised in Jersey City, I would have never imagined that they would look the way they do today because of development. Because somebody had a vision. And with that vision, I'm going to vote moving forward, and I vote a big aye for this project. And let's keep that up. Let's keep looking at things differently sometimes, out of the box, so Jersey City can be better. That's what we're here for. Thank you.
Commissioner Stamano.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I vote aye for this project.
Commissioner Cruz.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
That was a long presentation, but it was useful, and I think I'm going to vote aye for that.
And Chairman Langston.
Dr. Desai, what was longer, that presentation or your flight back from India recently? That this meets the goals and objectives of the master plan, the land use element. And I do agree with my other commissioners. Redevelopment is about changing and finding what fits. And as long as I remember, there's, been a hotel proposed there. I think this just gives enough leeway to the property owner. Again, I don't think it will, but this could fail as well before it gets built. We don't know. But I think this gives us enough leeway and gives the developer enough leeway to move forward. Matt brings up a great point that and the fact that there's no sidewalk on that side of the street is in a walkable city is something that needs to change. So I'm going to vote aye to forward this to City Council with a positive recommendation. I know what the testimony was tonight, Matt. I don't know if planning staff, just to mitigate confusion with City Council, wants to entertain at City Council floor amendment capping the height in feet.
Staff is going to send up the amendments as they're presented here tonight. We can inquire with the council president if they wish to introduce a floor amendment and vote on it.
Okay. I just think,
as allowed by the local redevelopment housing law.
Okay. So, yeah, that's my vote. I'm an aye. Thank you, everybody, for coming down tonight. Mr. Asadorian, Mr. Paolino, before you leave tonight, the three of us, maybe let's just have a side bar. And that's it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's move on to, I think we're there, memorialization of resolutions, please.
Mr. Chair, I have two resolutions tonight. First resolution, is the following resolutions. First one is resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City. Applicant is 35 Cottage LLC for administrative amendment approval 35-43 Cottage Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, Block 7903. Lot 17.01, formerly Lot 17, 18, and 19, case number P23-104. And the last resolution is a resolution of the City of Jersey City in the matter of 15th and Grove JC LLC at 619 Grove Street, Block 7102, Lot 7, P22-216 is a case number 6, 2024, memorialized on February 6, 2024, application for amended final major site plan with bold variants.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Secretary, roll call.
Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato. Commissioner Cruz. Commissioner Dr. Desai. Commissioner Gangadin.
Aye.
Commissioner Torres. And Chairman Langston. Motion carries, all in favor.
Mr. Mr. Chair, I'd like, second. So moved.
Thank you, everybody. We're adjourned.
I love you and I hate you. All right.
Yeah, they do.
You're the only one you can talk to, so I just want to say hi. You were always fine.